Hello everybody. If I can ask everybody just to come through just for the kick-off. My name is Ed and I'm going to give you a little bit of information about what's going to happen today, introduce you to a couple of people, and then we're going to kick off with the rest of the proceedings. So first of all, for all of you that made it here, I think we all deserve a round of applause for turning up today. So just give a clap to warm up the clapping. There you go, you made it. Well done. And whether you're an innovator, whether you're one of our partners, a delegate, or just someone that's breezed in from the outside, thank you for being here with us. And thank you also to everyone that's watching online, because we're being webcast today. We've had a great reception, and it's brilliant so many have been here. So, some housekeeping. If a fire alarm goes off, which is unlikely, because it's quite a damp environment after last night, but if a fire alarm does go off, please go out to the fire escape and the muster area outside until it's safe to return. We want you all to feel safe and feel comfortable. We've got COVID measures in place, so there's sanitation stations. If you want to have a mask and you feel more comfortable, wear a mask, and we've got some masks for you there. And if you do feel unwell, we've got a first aider, so just come and talk to any of the team in the event shirts over there. And we will keep you fueled with tea and coffee, as much as you can drink. And if you want to buy some lunch from the lovely people over there, wave the lovely person over there, one person. She will help you with some lunch. So today's a big day, and it's taken a long time to get to this place. And I'll talk a bit more about that with the people that are coming up in a minute. But before we do, I just want to take a minute to thank not just you guys, but the people that actually make this happen. And there's a bunch of logos you can see all the way around, and we keep putting them everywhere to try and make sure that these people and these organisations remember what a valuable part they play in keeping the innovation and business community fueled. So all of them, and yes, I'm going to read them out. It's painful, isn't it? You're going to have to listen to a list of names, but that's my job. Sorry. Solent Local Enterprise Partnership. If you're here and you want to give a little cheer from your organisation, if you dare, go for it. Solent Let, are you here? Wow, well, there you go, James, well done. University of Southampton, Fareham College, Southampton City Council, Basingstoke and Dean, get launched, always good with the woos. Portsmouth City Council, oh, competitive now, University of Portsmouth, Solent University, now really bring this one, Carswell Gold? Yeah, but I am paying them to do that. So, Hampshire Conference Bureau have been brilliant. So, where's Shirley? Give us a wave. Excellent, thank you. We've also got DSTL, a brilliant team from DSTL, BAE Systems, Green Tech South, the team from Catax, British Business Bank, NatWest, KTN, ASET, South Point Films, Creative Network South, and Ploughshare. I will not read that list ever again. Well, maybe next year if we're lucky. So, to give you a bit more context, I'm going to invite a friend up on stage, and she's been. Oh, I should explain. I'm holding these socks because the lovely Starling Bank gave me these socks, and I'm really into snazzy socks. So, if you do want some snazzy socks, they're around the corner. I want to start by inviting Sarah up onto the stage, who's going to tell us a little bit about the Venturefest South partnership.
Thanks, Ed. Going to try and keep that momentum and enthusiasm that Ed always starts off, and then it goes into very dry stuff from me. So I was part of the very first informal conversations around Venturefest, with a handful of like-minded people who were frustrated about our ability to showcase and celebrate the vibrant community of innovators and entrepreneurs that we knew existed in our region. So we decided to do something about it, and we set up our first Venturefest in 2017. And we've been through everything. We've had snow, we've had flood, we've had Brexit, we've had pandemics. But I'm delighted that we are still here, still thriving. And I think today we're expecting this to be our best yet. We're hoping, fingers crossed. Okay. So the founding partners remain committed to working together to ensure that this community has the profile it deserves. And our aim is to create an environment to share experience and knowledge and to promote the level and value of this activity in our region. And you are this community. Right now, I'm going to do politics. and I won't say where I'm from. So right now, the political agenda is supporting us. The government is clear about its views on the importance of research, development and innovation to rebuild our economy post-Brexit, post-pandemic. I think, well, we're not post-pandemic, but you might guess that I'm from a university. 2.4% of GDP from R&D by 2027 remains a focus, and we are the people that are going to deliver that together. So let's now work together to address the challenges. For us, political levelling up is going to be a major challenge, but let's build on the opportunities of new sources of public finance. And there are lots of people here who have got new sources of finance. Let's bring our tribe together to build new connections, work collaboratively, and bring our innovations to market. So on behalf of all the Venturefest partners, no, I'm not going to read them out again for you, we hope you have a fruitful, rewarding, and most importantly, enjoyable day.
Thank you, Sarah. That's brilliant. And, and you've really touched on the key part, which today is about open collaboration. So no one's more important than anyone else. Whether you're in a huge business or in a tiny startup that's just getting going, ask yourself what you've got to offer each other. Talk to each other and remind yourself that a great idea really can turn into something brilliant here. So please take the opportunity to do that. And don't forget that silos are the worst way of working. So this is a great opportunity to break down those silos. Thank you for the hooray, Timo. So, yeah. Okay, so next up I want to invite Matt Chin up, if you would join me. Matt's going to tell us a little bit about why he's involved with Venturefest South.
Great, thank you very much. Well, good morning, everybody, and actually, first off, just hello Venturefest South from DSTL. It's fantastic to be here. I was here 2 years ago, standing over there. It was slightly more people crammed in, but that's the nature of life these days. But it's really, really nice looking around and seeing so many people and knowing there's folks online tapping into this as well. So I'm Matt Chin, I'm one of the directors of DSTL. That's the Defence Science and Technology Laboratory, for those of you who haven't worked out what DSTL stands for. So, and there's plenty of us here today to talk to understand more about it. And our role is to conduct a wide range of research across government and do S&T for a whole range of S&T technology areas. And we pride ourselves by one of our straplines that we are the science inside defence and security. Not only that, we're quite a big employer in the area. So DSTL's got about 4,500 people working for it. And in this area, we're based either at Portsdown West on the hill, if you've seen us up there, or at Porton Down in Salisbury, and we've also got a unit in Alverstoke in Gosport. So we've got 4,500 of us in this kind of region working with you actually already. And we work on all sorts of business types, all types of organisations, from international defence organisations right the way down to SMEs, to singleton people who want to apply their creativity and innovation to UK's defence and security needs. So why are we here? Apart from the fact it's really nice to be amongst innovators and amongst so many smiling faces that I'm looking across in the audience, but it's a really exciting time for DSTL right now. So the government has given us a challenge, the biggest challenge in our history of 20 years so far, and that's to accelerate our efforts to modernise the armed forces and develop world-leading capabilities and to keep the UK safe from evolving threats. And to do this, we'll be advancing work in things like artificial intelligence, space, cyber, autonomy, robotics, quantum, artificial intelligence, machine learning, directed energy weapons, lasers, radio frequency weapons, hypersonics, and a long, long list that I could stand here for a long time to talk about. So I'd encourage you to find a little bit more about DSTL and what we're doing today if you get the chance. And this is backed up by some money. So following the spending review and the integrated review, we now have, in the department, £1 billion extra over this 4 years to boost S&T against the challenges that I've talked about. And quite frankly, we want you to have a slice of that action, and we want you to come and work with us. We know that we can't do this work alone, and in fact we don't. So of our budget in a year, we spend more with external organisations than we spend ourselves in our in-house capabilities, and we want that to increase. That's why the reason we want to do that is to harness the power of innovation in this room from individuals and organisations like yourselves. This will ensure that not only do we have the best science and technology to keep us safe, but that we have the most healthy, diverse, intellectually rich supply base we possibly can do. And creating highly skilled jobs, expertise, strengthening our local economy and our national economy is really important to us, so it's great to have the opportunity to do this today. And so that's why this is really important. It's a great opportunity for everyone to engage. Really impressed 2 years ago with what I saw and enjoyed when I came to this event, but quite a lot's changed since then. And we know the world is a different place than what all of us have been going through, but our ambition and challenge has grown dramatically as well. We need to continue to expand and diversify our supply chain, especially from those organisations who haven't worked with us before. So if you're one of those, please consider it and come and talk to us. And events like this are really great for creativity, flair, and creating those networks and contacts. So that's really why we're really proud to support Venturefest South. A couple of points though. You don't have to be a really big name to work with the STL. You don't have to have worked with us before. In fact, we're really committed to small businesses, and more than a quarter of our research is spent with SMEs. And our intention is for that to grow. We've been making quite major strides in this, so since 2019, in the last Venturefest, we've spent £223 million with small to medium enterprises, and we've added 202 extra suppliers on our books through events like this. That's why they're so important to us. A couple of other points. It's easier to work with us than you might think. Yes, there is some bureaucracy, but we're spending public money. We're spending your money, actually. And so, of course, there's bureaucracy associated with that. And our aim here is to help you understand how to do that. So again, please do talk to our colleagues, my colleagues here, if you want to understand more about that. You don't need years of accounts and masses of documentation. You don't need to have a track record of working with defence. What we really want is creativity and an inquiring mind. Okay? And the breadth of our work means that I reckon there's probably something across what we're doing in DSTL that might interest everybody in this room, actually. So, as well as funding to fast-track your innovation, we offer access to our world-class scientists and facilities as well, and also the opportunity to work with our customers, so the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, police, security, and the folks that keep us safe. So working with them and understanding their needs is one of the things that makes anybody who works for DSTL a fantastic place to work. I'm also pleased just to give a flag to the Defence and Security Accelerator, DASA, and Ploughshare. So DASA finds and funds innovation to support UK defence and security quickly and effectively, and runs a number of competitions throughout the year looking for novel and innovative solutions. They've got multiple funding streams, and they're one of the key gateways to defence for small to medium enterprise. So if you haven't engaged with DASA, please do. And Ploughshares is a DSTL-owned company, and the role of Ploughshares is to ensure that the UK government science that we've invested in also delivers real prosperity to the economy. And so where we can apply and use that intellectual property for wider than defence and security needs, then Ploughshare is right in the heart of that. And their Chief Executive, Hetty Barkworth-Nanton, is here today. DASA representatives are here today, and Rachel Leslie from DSTL's newest division, Exploration Division, looking out into the future, right out into the future, is also here today. So try and look out for them and have a chat with them. There's so much going on, ranging from SMEs, growing the UK's capability development in space, to game-changing breakthroughs in small workshops, powering the next generation of fleet mine hunters for the Royal Navy. The span of what we do is enormous. Okay? Whilst I've got the floor, I have one other pitch I might make, and that's, as well as working with us, you or people that you know might want to work for us. We're recruiting hundreds of people this year, and we're recruiting hundreds of people next year to meet this demand. So as well as engaging with you, we're growing ourselves. So please spread the word, look on DSTL's website, look for the opportunities. Many of those are live. We've been running the campaign since summer. Here we got to. Right. Okay, I'm going to close actually just by saying one thing, which is my take on innovation is there's three really important ingredients. One of them is the clear articulation of a problem, and that's a big part of DSTL's role, is to understand the need and then turn that into a requirement, an S&T requirement, and then share that with you so you can contribute. That's number one. The number two is the conditions for innovation, like this, bringing people together, providing some money, so I'm here to tell you that we have a lot of money to spend. Hopefully that message has come across. And the third bit, the most important bit, is diversity of thought. And I can see huge diversity in the room. I'm sure there is tapping in online, and that's really what, to me, Venturefest is all about. So I hope you have a wonderful day. I'm really looking forward to it myself, and I'll leave the stage to someone else now. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you very much. Okay, everyone just go like that quickly. Just quickly. Okay, just what I heard was 1 billion. That's what I mainly heard. 1 billion. And these are opportunities that aren't just through DSTL. Think of the ecosystem around that and everything that drips around. Think of the jobs that are created from the businesses here that can start working for businesses like this. And they need you as much as you need them. Because they can't do it without the ideas, but they've got all the money. And you've got all the ideas, but you need the money. That's what today's about. So don't leave here without talking to at least 10 people about what you can do for each other. You never know, you might find yourself in a much better position tomorrow than you were in today. So, what's on? This, see this has a QR code. I'm not going to pretend it's highly innovative. It's just a very easy way of us not having to print and kill lots more trees. If you scan that, you'll go to a website and all the information about the day is on there. Because myself and Shirley, we will not be available to tell you what's happening at every minute. So please don't ask me, it's on the website. But there's loads going on, and to give you a couple of things to focus on. Navigating Net Zero from Maritime UK Solent is taking place across the way. Please go over there and have a chat with those businesses and find out what they're doing from a sustainability and a net zero point of view. Exciting stuff. We've got some really cool F1 cars, or not F1, I'm exaggerating, I am a marketing guy. They're F something, but they're very cool out there as well. This is the collaboration zone. Here you're going to meet all the partners. It's an opportunity to start those conversations we've talked about. And through here, these round tables that you see, many of which of you are on them, you are the innovators, and you've been given these places because we think you've got something interesting to share. Please don't just stay on your table. The reason that we ask you to bring more than one person is so that you can take it in turns and go and speak to the other innovators, to the funders, to the sponsors, to everybody. So make sure you go in there, and our great business exhibitors as well. Upstairs, Timo, give us a wave. There's Timo. Hello, I'm Timo. I have to do it because I've got the mic. Sorry to Timo. He will be saying the word ingenuity a lot up in Innovation Talks, where he'll be presenting a series of 3 sessions. One on creativity and how it's driving innovation, one on funding, and you don't just have to go for the investment fund. There's lots of interesting stuff, and the guys from Catax, Ed's up there, give us a wave, Ed, will be on hand talking about some interesting R&D and grant funding opportunities in that space. And last, but by no means least, if you like your innovation fast and frantic, like I do, come and see us in the open mic zone where any of you can pitch for glory. Someone in this room will end up as the open mic winner, and the prize and the respect is huge. Actually, the prize is respect. There is no prize. But the open mic arena will be open. 2 sets of sessions. You come and you sign up and you pitch your idea, and a panel of highly esteemed judges, where's Bruce? Led by Bruce, will be deciding if you've got what it takes. Right, enough from me for a second while we bring on just a couple more people. Kate is one of our very own VFS innovators. Kate, would you come and join me up here? She's going to tell you a little bit about what it's like coming from a startup point of view.
Hi, I'm Kate from Zip Us In. So 2013, I had an idea, and I saw a gap in the market and developed a fairly unique proposition to solve what was really quite a simple problem. Make sure this is going to work. Okay, so a jacket expander panel to make my jacket larger throughout my pregnancy and when I was carrying my daughter in a sling or carrier. So today is definitely a unique opportunity to access advice, get support, find out about funding, and maybe even meet partners or investors for the future. For me, meeting the FSE group here was a real step forward for my pursuit of funding, and the guys from IncuHive, who have been a constant support network for me. So, as Ed said, definitely make conversations, collaborate, share stories. That's really key for the day. So, Venturefest South 2019, I was given the Venturefest South Innovator of the Year Award. And since then, Zip Us In secured investment, we doubled our turnover, and we now sell products in over 75 countries. And we've spent the last 18 months developing even more equally as innovative products. And we are going to be launching a crowdfunding campaign to scale the brand even further. So exciting times ahead for us. So with that in mind, I want to say thank you to Venturefest for our time here, for putting together such a great event. And I wish you all the success for the day as we had 2 years ago. So yeah, great Venturefest 2021.
Thanks. And what I love about that is often we think that innovation needs to involve circuit boards and gizmos and very technical pieces of work. But actually what it comes down to is something Matt talked about, solving the problem. So I think we've got a few problems kicking around us at the moment. There's plenty of opportunity to try and put our creativity to good use and find solutions, and that's where you find the market. But you almost brought a tear to my eye with that comment there. It makes it all worthwhile hearing that. So, we are almost there, and then we will get going, I promise. But there's one more person that I want to introduce you to. Nick Young from BAE. So Nick, come on up. Round of applause, please, for Nick.
Morning, everyone. Thank you very much for seeing me here today. Interestingly, Matt covered a lot of what I was going to say off, so it's probably been quite short, I suspect. So thanks, Matt, for that. I was travelling over here. I live quite locally, and I was travelling over here, and I was kind of reflecting the last time I was on site here. It was actually for a business team building event for cookery. And I thought, well, what do I know about cookery? And they knew I didn't know a lot about cookery either by the end of it, because it didn't go too well. And they all recovered eventually, but I was never invited back. But what I remember about this site is that it was a really impressive venue to hold something like this. But what's more special for me today is, over the last couple of years, we know COVID has really caused everybody in the room lots of problems in different ways. But it's so nice to see so many people in the same space at the same time. And I know over the last 48 hours the news has not been particularly positive. But the fact we're all here today is really positive, and it gives us the opportunity to share and exchange information and opportunities and ideas. You don't get to be the head of innovation like myself without some idea of the importance of innovation around technology. And you know, you can probably tell the importance that we put on it in BAE Systems is the fact we've set up the Innovation Labs team, which I lead. And that team is dedicated to exploring novel concepts and technologies with the aim of developing those new products. But it demonstrates the importance of innovation. And you can probably tell from the colour of the hair and the wrinkles on my face. You know, I've been around the block a few times. I've been in the defence business for over 20 years. And what I noticed over that 20-year period, and I knew that it started long before I turned up, is how innovation's evolved. 30, 40 years ago, the defence environment was very much the cornerstone of innovation across industry. And a lot of innovation, you think of the microwave, you think of Velcro, it all pretty much came out of the defence industry in some way or form. Today, that's almost inverted. The commercial environment is much more innovative than the defence environment in a lot of areas. Not all areas, but a lot of areas. So something Matt said is it's important we get to know what technology, what innovations are out there. And while it's difficult to do that when you're sat in an office in BAE Systems, opportunities like Venturefest South really give us the opportunity, should I say, that allow us to expose you guys and your innovations to companies such as BAE Systems. And it's really important we do this, and we're trying to do this in a number of different ways. We've got a relationship with the KTN Innovation Exchange, and we've recently held an event up in Warwick where we had 35 pitches from small and medium-sized enterprises to us for real-world challenges. And it's really exciting. Listen to these pitches, and some of them are absolutely incredible. I'd never come across them before. We're like, we don't want to solve that problem for us now. I want to solve this entirely different problem. But it wasn't until we got in the room with them we understood that. So it's really important we talk to people in this space. Another demonstration of our desire for innovation is our relationship with the Engineering and Physical Science Research Council. And we offer up a number of iCase funded PhDs. And over the last decade, we've funded in excess of 100 PhD students using the iCase framework. And most of them come into BAE Systems, and that's brilliant. I think bringing that thought process, those people into BAE Systems is really powerful for us. In addition to the iCase, though, BAE Systems also has a strategic framework, collaboration framework with a number of UK universities. And again, that also gives us access to that leading-edge research and allows us to give those defence challenges back into industry. And quite often we have to reach out to universities, these strategic framework universities, in order to solve some of our problems. So I want to give you an example of how we do work with businesses, because you're probably looking sceptical that BAE Systems is interested. We really are interested. But we had a challenge in the net zero carbon space, and we didn't know how to solve it. We knew what we wanted to do. We knew where we wanted to go to. But the technology, we just had no visibility of it. And probably about 2 years ago, we were presented by a small company up in Yorkshire, really quite a tiny company, 10-man company. And they had this quite incredible piece of kit, and we were transfixed by it, but we didn't know what to use it for. And when we came up with this challenge, we went, this kit will do it. And now, 2.5 years later, we're forming a collaboration with this small business and going to pump a lot of money into that business to help them to evolve their product, because that's going to help us evolve our product. But it's not about us and them, it's more about a collaborative team in developing a product together in an area that's really very important, net zero carbon. So it's worth noting, though, I represent one part of BAE Systems. BAE Systems isn't a homogenous organisation. It's very much made up of different business areas. And they don't necessarily work together as you might think at a business level. But those informal networks inside the business really do add value. So it's quite incredible and amazing to see the individuals in our business who reach out, not just across the BAE Systems landscape, but outside the BAE Systems landscape, to find those opportunities for collaboration. And I've come across no end of opportunities for businesses to work with us. As I start to think about finishing up, the adage that comes to me is, and I'm sure you've all heard it, is Stone Age didn't end for lack of stone. And it just illustrates in my mind the importance of ongoing innovation. Because if we stand still, if we fail to innovate, if we don't carry on pushing the boundaries as much as we can, the business will die, our business will die, the enterprise will die. We just won't continue to evolve. And this is reinforced actually by Steve Jobs when he said, great things in business are never done by one person, they're done by a team of people. But if we can modify this and think of it in a way of great things can be achieved by collaboration of innovative and open enterprises, that's the thought process I want you guys to take away from this. Yeah, one of the benefits of being ahead of innovation, I get to sit on a number of groups in the area, such as the Solent Enterprise Partnership and the South Coast Satellite Accelerator. And what is amazing to me, and what's incredible, and I think you all need to understand this, is some of the organisations you've come across, and how impressive and motivated and innovative these organisations are. It makes me really proud to be part of that community. But it also enhances the opportunity for each and every business, including BAE Systems, to work in those forums. And the collective sheer powerhouse of that capability in this area, in the Solent area, in the Southern area, we ignore it at our peril, basically. We should not underestimate it. We should embrace it. So in conclusion, the message I really want you to take away from me today is, BAE Systems is keen to support. BAE Systems is keen to collaborate with businesses, in forming equal partnerships and collaborations to work on exciting, innovative opportunities. And we're actively seeking those opportunities to work with people. So if you've got any questions, the BAE stand is there. We're about. If you want to get in contact with us, please reach out to us. And with that, I'd like to thank you all very much for listening to me waffle on. Not quite as energetic as Ed, unfortunately. But thank you very much, and I hope you enjoy your day today. Thank you.
Okay, so we can almost start, but I do want to thank Nick and Matt and their respective organisations specifically, because, their two organisations are our headline partners in this, and they really make a difference to our ability to be able to deliver. And so do each of these tables with balloons here and all of the people. So please do make an effort to find out what they have to offer. And what I loved about what you were talking about was the recognition that the South, this region, our component parts, we've got a really powerful proposition and we can do really good things, and that can benefit us, and that's okay. It's all right to get something out of it. I talk about open collaboration. So when you're talking to each other, say what you want to get out of it, ask them what they want to get out of it, and you never know, you might get there. Don't go into it promising something you don't have. Just say, this is who I am, and I want to be part of what you're doing. And you might find brilliant things happen, because certainly we've met some great people. And 3 examples or 4 examples of things that I love about what Venturefest has done. One, there's a little example, there's a great, very interesting team over there called Maverick Aviation. It's not a jetpack, is what I'm saying, but I do know that they've worked with one partner up there called Catax to do some grant funding deal that's actually fueling what they're doing. Venturefest brought them together. Later on today, there's a meeting from an organisation called the Future of Work. It's led by Southampton City Council, but it's also got other partners in there. Solent University, University of Southampton, Carswell Gould, and they're talking about an intelligent city programme for the city that will hopefully benefit lots of people and the surrounds of that city. Great stuff. Kate Bell, we've already met there. And the other one I just found out today is Kate is at I've lost my words. Yeah, I've lost my words. IncuHive, it's just he's looking down. I was looking for support, but he's been on his phone the whole time. And actually, IncuHive met some of the innovators. They've gone into the IncuHive space, and they're still together doing great stuff. So today doesn't need to be about someone coming and slapping. It's not Dragon's Den. Today is about making decent connections that will benefit you in the long run and the region in the long run. So, without any more waffle, and I do waffle as well, by the way, you also have more content, are you ready to start Venturefest South? Yes. I always do this as a bit of a show. Are you ready to start Venturefest South? Yes. That'll do, because we shouldn't be shouting too much. Let's get the show started, pump up the royalty-free music, and we will begin. Thank you, everybody. A round of applause.
Hi, I'm Jack Kennedy, Economic Development Manager at Basingstoke-and-Deane Borough Council. We're delighted to be a partner for Venturefest South. As the best regional event to bring innovators, entrepreneurs and investors together, it's a natural home for us to showcase what makes Basingstoke a great place to start and build a business. We have a supportive environment, affordable and flexible space, a buzzing ecosystem, great transport links and outstanding quality of life. But we don't work alone, and we will be bringing our partners IncuHive and Route 21 along with us. They are part of our Get Launched initiative, and both play critical parts in providing all the ingredients required for startups and scale-ups to succeed in Basingstoke. But those new businesses need a platform to show off the incredible stuff they are doing, and an opportunity to learn from others, and that's where Venturefest South comes in. It's great that there are a number of our local innovators attending this year, and we're certain Venturefest will be another successful step on their growth journey. But if you're from outside the area, come talk to us to learn more about why you should make Basingstoke your next home for your business.
Hi, my name's Ed. I'm the Creative Director at Carswell Gould. which is a creative comms agency based on the south coast of the UK. So we're hugely involved in Venturefest South and we love it. We've been involved since the beginning as a founding partner, and we got involved because we do a lot of work in the innovation economy space, whether that be with universities, startups, high growth companies, accelerators, or any of the other businesses and organizations that sit in that space. So if you're interested in finding out how communications, creative comms, web, PR, and marketing can help your organization jump ahead, then come and talk to me or one of our team here at Venturefest South.
My name's Anushka Otley and I'm the Managing Director of Business Partnerships and Commercial at Fareham College. We're attending Venturefest South because we are passionate about innovation. Innovation is intrinsic in everything we do at the college, and we work hard to ensure that we're upskilling the next generation of workforce with those crucial innovation skills. We can offer a wide range of support to innovators in the region, whether that be training need analysis or directing and supporting you to funded training across a wide range of sector areas. Local innovation is important to Fareham College because our main purpose is to provide training that meets our local employer needs. Employers need innovation as a skill in order to succeed and take their businesses to the next level, and Fareham College support them in upskilling their workforce and finding the next generation of talent.
Hello, I'm Mark Pembleton. I'm the Economic Growth Manager at Portsmouth City Council, and we're one of the founding partners of Venturefest. And the reason why we're involved in Venturefest is because we want greater innovation in our city. We're a very innovative city and we've got lots of small companies, and we want those to expand rapidly, gain new investment and work with other larger companies and other partners. And so at Venturefest, that is the place for them to do that. And we know that our startup rate is very good in Portsmouth. We're one of the highest areas, one of the best cities for starting up a business, but the survival rate could be a lot better. And it's by getting capital at the right time and by working with the right type of partners, those companies will do even better.
Hi, I'm Rowan and I run a video production company called Southpoint Films, and we're delighted to be sponsoring Venturefest South for the 4th year in a row. Innovation is something that runs core throughout our business, whether it's working with clients involved in the design and manufacture of new technologies, involved with the deployment of things like robotics and software automation, or with academia where they're researching and developing new technologies and sciences, as well as also inspiring the next generation to get involved and push those things out into the world where consumers like us will eventually be using and benefiting from them. Of course, innovation is also something that we do as well as a business, whether that's using the latest in camera technology and editing techniques, and also using new advancements such as 360 video, virtual reality, drone technology, and of course live streaming as well, which has seen a massive increase in innovation and usages over the past couple of years.
Hi, I'm Matt Chin. I'm one of the directors of DSTL and I'm the head of platform systems. We pride ourselves in being the science inside UK defence and security, and we do a lot of work with industry and academia. In fact, we do more than half of the work that we do by sponsoring with our partners. So now is a better time than ever to come and work with us. We need to harvest the best ideas, the greatest breadth of innovation from small to medium enterprise, academics, established industry. We're looking for all of you to think about how you can help defence meet its challenges and come and work with us. So Venturefest gives an opportunity for you to learn more about DSTL, how practically to work with us, what we're trying to focus on and our priorities, and hopefully that will help you think about how you can contribute to the UK's defence and security needs. So on behalf of everyone in DSTL, I really look forward to seeing you at Venturefest.
First, my name is Timo. Welcome to Venturefest 21 all over again. Yes, that's good. Thanks. That's good. Audience participation. That's nice. So I'm Timo, and I would like to welcome you to this first session by welcoming up your host for this whole session. Would you please give a huge Catax Innovation Zone welcome to Sarah Duckering? Come on. Sarah, join us around the microphone. It's a bit cramped. Sarah, very quickly, who are you and how have you come to host this stage?
So, I'm Sarah Duckering, and I just realised that I'd made the fundamental error when I did my welcome earlier, that I didn't say that I was from the University of Portsmouth, which is a marketing fail.
University of Portsmouth.
University of Portsmouth, and I am passionate about the agenda that I am presenting today.
So what do you do? Are you creative yourself?
So I'm the Director of Research and Innovation Services, and I am not in any way creative.
Okay.
I have not a single creative. My children, I'm that person that the teachers gave the prize to the children when they had to do the creative work, because it was obvious that the child had done it, and actually it was all mine. So, that's how creative I am.
But you have brought together some very creative souls to share a juxtaposition, I'm using that word, juxtaposition, you liked it earlier,
yeah,
of different viewpoints on a really interesting topic.
Exactly, so we have it's going to be a fascinating session for us this morning. I don't know what they're going to say, and I have given them free rein, which I think is quite risky, because I don't know all of them.
This is a creative talk, though.
It is going to be creative.
Now, I will just say thank you to British Business Bank for streaming us. Hello at home if you are watching this or catching up. And I would like to hand over to you now, Sarah, and to our panel. Take us away. Sarah Duckering!
Thank you very much. So I'm just going to set the scene, and then I'm going to invite my panel members up on stage, and what I will do is I'll introduce them at the time, and you will understand what we're going to do. They've all got 10 minutes to wow you with their thinking, and then we're going to have a Q&A session at the end. So, too often, and I've heard this so many times this morning, too often innovation is synonymous with tech. And occasionally, some forward-thinking people think innovation is around business services, and systems innovation. But this session turns the spotlight on the creative sector. We aim to demonstrate the vital role that the creative community plays in the innovation that has brought us all to this event. So as a starter, I propose that there are at least 3 ways that we can demonstrate this. So the creative community can be the innovators, building new things to address societal challenges. They can also use their creativity to ensure other innovators can bring their products to market successfully. And they also have a critical role in building the quality of place and community that we all want to live in and be part of. So I have pulled together a diverse panel. Each one of them will take one element of that strand and build upon that and discuss that with you. So they've all got 10 minutes. I have got cards, not electric buzzers or any other form of buzzer, to tell them that their time is up. And they get to tell their story from their perspective. And then we'll have plenty of time at the end to address any questions that I'm sure you are going to that are going to arise. And for those of us that aren't in the room, we are using Slido, and shortly you will be getting the information as to how Slido works in order to be able to put your questions on there. There you go. Go on to Slido, use that hashtag, you can post your question. Obviously, we'll also be taking live questions in the room. So, sadly, one of my panellists was unable to come today, a chap called Jeremy Hardin. He runs a company called Dark Cosmos Creatives, and he's specialist VFX. The reason he can't come here today is because his industry has exploded over the last 18 months, and he cannot compete with the demand of for his needs. He is making Hollywood films in Portsmouth. Who knew that we were making Hollywood films in Portsmouth? And that's what we need to shout about. And I'm hoping that my colleague from the University of Portsmouth is going to talk in some way about that, publicise our LEP-funded and government-funded Centre for Creative and Community, Centre for CCIXR, extended reality, Centre 4, to talk about this huge opportunity in the sector. So I hope we have a challenging, eye-opening and energising session, and I'm going to introduce and invite up my panellists in no particular order, apart from the ones that I can see. So Wendy, would you like to come up and take a seat? So Wendy Wyatt from Worthwhile Works. So many of you will know. I'm not going to tell you what she's going to talk about. It's going to be fascinating. James Lamb from Ageas Reality. They've got a stand here, so you will be able to see them afterwards. Rowan Johnson from South Point Films, who South Point are doing all of the filming for us today. So thank you, Rowan. Gary Smith from, just as he took a drink there, so that was good timing, from Rainbow Group. And last and by no means, because he's the least, Adrian Hull, who comes from the University of Portsmouth. Okay, so I'm going to go and find my 1 and 3 minute banners, and I'm going to invite James up to the stage first.
Hi, I'm James Lamb. I'm the founder of Idea Reality. We are a product design and development company in the South. We help our clients who are individuals and startup businesses and bigger businesses to develop innovative product ideas. I just got a little selection of some of those for you there. So you've got everything from electronic gadgets to fitness products, household items, even cat furniture, and innovative toilet brushes. So I'm going to discuss a bit about why professional design is a good thing and how it can help you if you have a product you want to develop. I'm also going to talk to you about the process of product design and a few tips at the end. Okay, so first thing, and it's probably quite obvious, but just like you would employ a professional graphic designer or a web designer to make your business come to life, it's exactly the same with product design. Trying to do it on your own is not going to have the best results. So expertise can add so much value to your product, not only with innovation, but getting you to market quickly and effectively. As I said, innovation, obviously, the fact that we work on such a wide variety of ideas in all these different sectors means that we can pick different pieces from those and bring them into another sector. So we can help bring a lot of creativity and innovation to those ideas. Protecting the idea is such a big important thing and something that people worry about so much. So when is the right time to protect your idea? What type of protection? And we can advise on that sort of thing. And I'm going to give you a little tip at the end about that. And then obviously it needs to be made. If it's a consumer product, it's likely to be made in a mass manufacture process, perhaps in the Far East. And it's understanding those processes and how that works from the very start so that your product gets through there correctly and has the best results. Okay, so let's just talk about the process for a second. So we start off with we call it concept design, and that's basically where we are creating a range of different ideas that solve the problem. So looking left and right, and this is just a quick example of a virtual presentation that we do of an electronic product and how we can show it looking almost real to allow you and your stakeholders to decide what's the best route for you. And then once we've come up with maybe, let's say, 5 different ideas, we're going to develop and engineer the preferred option. And we want to be able to, using CAD software obviously, and 3D printing and those kind of technologies. And we want to be able to get that tested as quickly as possible, learn from that, and then, that's an example, sorry, of an electronic device for meditation. So that's something that glows in your hand and vibrates and helps you to breathe and meditate. So we need to then learn from that testing, refine, probably make multiple prototypes until we get that working thing that we think is good enough to then go to manufacture. And then working out the cost of that. So that would have been done from the beginning, but now we have the final idea. We can get the full manufacturing cost worked out, talk to our different factories and contacts, and help our clients get the product made. And just finally working with the manufacturer to fine-tune the design to suit their processes. And then we're off. Okay, so a few top tips. Really important one is obviously keeping the idea protected the whole way through. And the simplest way you can do that is with an NDA. So before you tell anybody else, even if it's your grandmother or a factory or a design company like us, you'd want to make sure you've got that covered. Very simple thing that anybody genuine would be happy to sign. Sorry, don't rush in, if I can go back. Don't rush into a patent. I think patents are something that people know about, and they jump to that straight away and they think, I need to protect my idea. But if you rush into something before it's been developed and been through that process, you're likely protecting the wrong aspects, or you probably missed some of the key bits, and you haven't built in the innovation yet into that process. So, and the other thing to mention is that as soon as you patent something, you start to incur costs, and those costs continue as that process goes on for about 5 years until it's granted. So it doesn't make sense to start that off too soon. In fact, you could submit your application the day before you go public. That is simple as that, and then at least your costs aren't coming in until the point where they need to be. And then that process I've shown you, I think it's important to adapt that process depending on what route to market you're going to take. So maybe you're going to crowdfund the idea, and it's considering what do I need to do to get to that goal, and that might be quite different. So the process can be adapted depending on what the route to market is. So working that out from the beginning will help to make the whole process more streamlined. And that's me. So I hope that was a little bit informative, and I'm happy to answer any questions afterwards. Thank you.
As far as sticking some sticky back plastic on a piece of paper. So, thank you very much, James. Really interesting, and I think one of the things that really intrigued me was when I spoke to James earlier on when we were discussing this, and I said, "Where do you get all of your skills from? Where do you recruit all of your colleagues from? All come from the same university. It's not mine." But I think this is something that's really key in the creative sectors. Where do we get that skills apply? And they all come from the same program, pretty much, because you know what you're getting. And in terms of that sort of like design thinking built into those graduates. So over to you, Rowan. And it all is looking well. And I've had some feedback that the live streaming is working well. So excellent stuff.
Right, hello everyone. It's a little bit nerve-wracking being in front of a crowd again. I mean, it's been a very long time. I'll try not to waffle too long because I have a tendency to do that. But I'm Rowan. I run a video production company called South Films. For people watching on the stream, you already know us because you're looking at our work right now. For those of you here in the room, hello, nice to meet you all. So we are a production company, and I've skipped too far ahead. I think the thing that speaks for itself is actually our work. So if you don't mind, I'm going to indulge and just kind of show you what we do. This is a video, and I'm warning you guys, it's got sound. Hopefully.
Feel it in your shoes, it's the rhythm and the blues. It makes you wanna dance, yeah, it makes you wanna move, baby. Feel it in your soul, it's the way we rock and roll.
whilst playing, I guess I'll just give you a summary of what we do. So we make corporate videos, and the thing that I always have to kind of caveat when I say that to people is when people think of the word corporate, you think of big grey office buildings, people in suits carrying suitcases and kind of wishing they were doing something else with their lives. We actually really love doing corporate stuff. We don't do anything else. So we work with other businesses purely to promote their businesses to whoever their customers are. Where James was talking about sort of coming up with ideas for products and that kind of thing, we probably, if we were to use sort of a manufacturing equivalent, we'd be further down the line where people come to us often with a brief that they've already designed. So they kind of come to us and say, we want this thing. Can you do it for us? So we're kind of a solutions provider in that sense. We do lots of stuff with different organisations. I'm going to hopefully skip along to a different slide. You know about us because I've waffled on during our show reel. Just while I'm reminded, so we have various facilities. We're based in Southampton, which is obviously where we are today. We've got a studio facility, we've got an edit suite, we've got a voiceover booth, and of course, as you'll see by looking around you today or from watching the live stream, we also do loads of stuff on location. We work with loads of different companies, and I think this is going to take ages to come through, so I'll just skip along there. It's been a while since I've done a presentation, and these slides, I haven't really checked them particularly well. But yeah, so this is an example of some of the companies we work with. The majority of them are involved in innovation. So, for example there, we do films for a company that does robotics in cleaning, where they're making robotic vacuum cleaners that go around amazing places like London Bridge, King's Cross Station, cleaning the floors automatically so that the cleaners can go off and do more detailed work, cleaning, at the moment, of course, cleaning things like door handles. So we've been working with them for about 8 years on their videos, trying to push this message that there's a better way to do cleaning, for example. We work with the University of Southampton. Again, there's another robotics picture there in the middle. Obviously, they're involved with loads of exciting research and developments. Again, robotics, that was a project where they're using the robotics for learning and research and that kind of thing. We work with companies involved in things like finance, who are developing new solutions for how we spend money, how we obtain money as consumers. We work with companies in manufacturing and doing innovative stuff there like metrology and that kind of thing, making promotional videos for them, as well as companies in sectors like fuel. So we work really with very corporate, innovation-focused businesses who are trying to do things that are very different to improve their industries and basically make our lives better. So that's the kind of the sales pitch over. That's what we do. That's who we are, and that's why I'm passionate about innovation and why we are involved with Venturefest. And we sponsor it and we give our services to Venturefest because I really believe that innovation is so essential, and I also believe there's so much of it in our local area. I know that through working with so many different organisations locally who are doing really cool, exciting things that I think most people wouldn't know of. And to be fair, most people don't need to know about them, but they're just really exciting within their industry and within their niche. But equally, the creative industry is very innovative, and I like to think that we are very innovative as a company, and we adopt that kind of future focus and trying to do things that are a bit different and try and push technology forward. So in our case, for many years we've been using things like 360 video, where you basically take a camera and it takes a photo or a video of everything around it, and you can wear a VR headset and look around it and choose what you want to see. It's a very different way of making videos compared to what we do with our normal cameras, where we're making all the decisions about what people look at. And we've been doing that for many years. We do things with green screen, which is actually quite a very technological, complex process, especially when you start doing it in a live environment where it involves so much expertise with things like lighting. And then, of course, we're doing live streaming as evidenced today, and drones and that kind of thing too. So we're always looking for new things that we can use with our customers and find interesting new ways to promote businesses and ultimately to communicate. Now, as a whole, and I'm going to try and speak more agnostically now, what we do as a video production company pushes so much technology to the limits. Live streaming, for example, requires for us to stream in HD, or as the demand becomes for 4K or 8K or beyond, particularly with doing 360 live streaming, which is possible, to VR headsets and to that kind of thing, we need a ton of bandwidth. And one of the big problems that we've been having with doing live streams out and about for these hybrid events that everyone's doing, and we started live streaming back in 2015, promoting all these benefits. People can stay at home, they can tune in when they want to, they don't have to travel to a specific place, it cuts down on the environmental costs, all these wonderful benefits. We've been trying to get to people since 2015. People have finally realised now, for better or for worse, due to the pandemic. But it really does push things. We have to check whether the venues have internet. There are so many places that don't have reliable internet and don't have the ability to let us stream there because all they've got is a Wi-Fi connection and everyone else in the room. So currently here, I don't know how many people there are, off the top of my head, 50 people, just that I can see, including some of the people at the back. I mean, in this whole venue, there are hundreds of people all connecting to the same Wi-Fi. Well, how are we supposed to cut through that and deliver a really high quality stream when everyone else is doing stuff? Sorry. So we push things to the limit. So for us, it's like embracing things like 5G. That is a real great solution for us. Things like storage as well of 8K, 4K footage. We've got 100 terabytes of data at our office that we have to manage. That's never going on the cloud at the moment, but there are ways that we can look at that. So basically, in short, there's loads of innovative stuff going on in the creative industries because we utilize technology. Not so much that we necessarily develop it, although I've given my hand at that before, but not necessarily so much because we develop it, but because we take it and we implement it in ways that people haven't thought of before. And that in turn creates the industry for people who are here exhibiting and showing off cool new things, for us to actually take that away, use it in practice, and get other people using it as well. So in a nutshell, that's why we're great and we're doing really innovative stuff. Thank you.
Rowan, and I'm sorry, I got overexcited about being able to use my number 3. So I'm going to calm down a little bit. But I love that definition of innovation, and again, it's about taking something that already exists and using it in a way that it wasn't originally designed for, and to my mind, that is a classic definition of innovation. I'm going to invite Wendy up onto the stage now, and I know that Wendy is going to talk about something very different. So over to you, Wendy.
Hello everyone. You hear me okay? I'm a bit smaller. I'll just use this. Hello, I'm Wendy. I run a not-for-profit in Winchester called Worthwhile Works, and we work in regeneration projects and creative industries consultancy. I've been working in the creative industries for the past 25 years. At national level, working with the DCMS, I worked for Boris Johnson and Ken Livingstone, and continue to work with the Mayor's Office and champion the creative industries in this region, but also nationally as well. And I worked internationally in the music industry. That's me. Ooh, I'll go back. So, in March this year, I was sat in a cabinet meeting. I hope there's nobody from Winchester City Council here. I'm going to be in trouble. And we were discussing or trying to approve a regeneration project for Winchester, a creative hub, if you like. And the cabinet member, one of them said, I don't see why we're supporting this project at all. No point. The creative industries is just a bunch of hobbyists and they don't make any money. And I know that's not true because I've been working in the creative industries for 25 years and I know there's plenty of money to be made. Why did she say it? This is a project I was working with Turner Works, who are an architect in London, and the idea was to transform a very derelict part of Winchester into a creative hub. And the reason for that is because what we want to do, and what I think is a bit of an issue across this region, is to draw out the talent. That's what creative hubs do. They draw out the talent, they become a focal point for the local community and for different organisations as well who want to find that talent. It's very hard in this day and age when people are working from the kitchen table and hidden away. So the idea was not necessarily just to support creative incubators, but also to act as a magnet for the wider region as well. And creative hubs are very successful. This is an example of Pop Brixton, which created 170 jobs for the area, but also a lot of the businesses there, the model is that they stay there for 3 years and then they move on. They're ready for bigger premises. But in that time of being there, they get that support network and they're able to grow. And I think that that model is becoming increasingly important. So much so that when I was working in London, you could see that creative hubs were popping up all over the place. And it's quite interesting to see that across the UK, that creativity is now really one of the most important agendas, if you like, for regional government. Look at Manchester and the media city. That has transformed Manchester. And it's the same picture across the world. But why is this? This is Amsterdam tech industry. Amsterdam has grown a lot over the last 10 years, and obviously the digital sector has taken off a lot. The average age of a startup of a person starting a startup is 27 years old in Amsterdam, and they want to live in creative places. They want to live in an environment where they can find that support network on their doorstep. Amsterdam has grown so much that it's now, I think in 10 years, it has created 100,000 jobs within the creative and innovation sector. I mean, that's quite extraordinary in such a short space of time. And likewise, this is Shenzhen in China. It's hard to believe that this was a fishing village when I was 3 years old. And what it has done is embraced the creative industries, it's embraced innovation, it's embraced the tech startup community. And what they've done is they've created these environments where they can thrive. It's not just one or the other. They work together in this ecosystem. And one person said, I went to China a few years ago, and they said that in their building there were 200 startups. And what they said is they work together as a family, that the creativity and that diverse thinking really fuels the innovation side. So one can't really exist without the other. And this is another example. Excuse me. This is some people might recognise this as Silicon Roundabout in Shoreditch. And what's really interesting about this is that a lot of creatives were basically deciding that this area was cheap, that they could afford the rents there. So the creative industries moved in, that's artists, that's designers, that's architects, whatever. And then the tech industry followed, because that's where the talent is, and that's what the big companies want to, that's why they're there now. The Amazon, Google, they've all based their offices there. So what started as a bunch of penniless artists, has actually fueled, I think it's £11 billion worth of venture capital funding in that area. And it all started from having a creative community. So what's this area doing to promote its creativity? Well, there's been a new initiative that's been launched by, I think, Hampshire County Council, and it's called Hampshire's Story. And I went onto the website and I thought, brilliant, what is Hampshire's Story? I'd quite like to know. And on it, there are some very beautiful photographs, and there is nothing on that website that I wouldn't agree with. It's got the most incredible South Downs National Park, it's got brilliant maritime industry, it's got incredible heritage, but there's not a single mention, or at least I couldn't find it, of the creative industries here. Not one. And I think that this area, as we've been hearing, actually, this is something that needs to be shouted about a lot more, because it will attract investment, it will attract talent, and that is really what I think the aim of this Hampshire story is all about. No mention of City of Culture, the bid for City of Culture, which I think is a real shame. And to give you a sense, this is a bit of a snapshot of emerging trends that are happening across the region. It's hard to believe that in Winchester alone, it is the biggest cluster of architectural practices outside of London. There's 500 architects practicing in Winchester, and they're all very keen to learn about new building models and and new materials, which is basically, this is the whole ecosystem working together again. I really like that house, by the way. Which is why I decided that I wanted to set up Winchester Design Festival, and I've been making attempts to set it up for the last 18 months. COVID kind of scuppered it a little bit. It'll happen eventually. And the reason I wanted to do that was not necessarily to showcase Winchester's design scene, even though it's got an amazing art school and all the architects, etc., but actually as a magnet and to draw out the talent, because there's a lot of talent here, but in my view, it's hidden away. And as I say, if this area wants to be taken seriously as a place of innovation and startups, and these startups grow, then I think that really where it needs to start is by looking and championing the creative industries. This is Johnny Ive, who invented the iPod, and he started off as a sculptor, and his granddad was a silversmith, and he says that actually the visual arts are really kind of what really got him started and thinking about product design, and so I challenged the cabinet member for Winchester City Council to think again about penniless artists not making any money, because I would beg to differ. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Wendy. And I, for one, am very glad that the Winchester Design Festival is put on hold, because that meant you could come here and talk to us today, as opposed to delivering the Design Festival. And I agree wholeheartedly with the University of Portsmouth has 4 innovation centres, one of which is a creative industry centre. It is full. It has been full from throughout the pandemic. The fact that these companies are not thriving and are not building new and growing beyond our non-creative industry innovation centre is not full at the moment. So if anybody's looking for space, come and find me after the end of this session. Okay, so over to Gary.
If I'm looking down, it's not because I'm ignoring you guys or not trying to make eye contact. It's my way of making notes on my phone, so I remind myself. Okay. Oh, will that make a load of noise? Kind of like Sarah when she's looking down at her notes, but just a phone. Because if I handwrite it, I'm not going to be able to read my own writing. So yes, I'm Gary from BrainBook, and basically what I did was design some software that helps people with dyslexia, autism, and a variety of different disabilities and difficulties use different technologies in workplaces, education, general day life that you have no idea that people have sort of difficulties in. A friend of mine, navigating through an airport, he used to always ask for help, so we went back, did a bit of coding, and was like, okay, let's figure out a way that you can navigate through Gatwick a bit easier, because he can't remember sequencing of events. So we did that for him and how to do that, so it's more independent. And I've noticed this morning I'm getting like millions of phone calls when I normally don't, and that's the time I'm using my phone, so this is great. So if I say go away, it's not you, it's whoever's phoning. But what I really wanted to sort of bring to you is neurodiversity, which is what me and Sarah really did talk about quite in depth. Your brain is just as unique to you as your fingerprint is to yourself, but we don't really see it that way, and that is genetic factors, your upbringing, your social circles. There's a lot to the way that your brain develops up until 25, if I remember that correctly. And that's where I come into this sort of world of creative space. And one of the reasons why I'm not using slideshows and not developed a sort of speech in a structured way is because my brain doesn't work that way. I am very dyslexic, and my memory does not work in that, let's do this, then this, then this, and this. So I just have a few bullet points to sort of guide me along. So that's what I do. I build software for people to help them out, but I need to really go into is why. So everything that we do in life is very much, it's this or that. School, when I was at school, GCSEs, A to G, now 1 to 9, if I remember that correctly. And when you're at school, if you're sort of typical, you can write, you can read, you can do anything that you need to do in any subject to take the information in. School is very much, there's a reason why I failed it, is because you do it this way and this way only, this is the answers. But when I got to university, no one would take me on because my grades weren't that good, until university did take me on, and I got one of the top grades in the whole university. And I'm like, hang on, why was this? It's because I was able to actually think and express myself the way that I needed to do. It's funny enough, it paid off. Just to help Sarah out, get more students. Uni does work sometimes. And then we move on to IQ, right? When you think about IQ, people go, we always measure intelligence based on intelligence quota, even though there's like 20 different ways to measure intelligence, emotional intelligence, and analytical thinking, whatever. There's a reason why like Einstein and some of the most brightest minds of the world did not like IQ tests, because they were just pigeonholed into, you're intelligent, you're this, and they're like, no, go away, stop telling me this. This is the downside to what I'm talking about is around 25% of adult prisoners in the UK have IQ of 80 or below, and they're called feeble-minded. Now, when you're pigeonholed into, yeah, you're just a bit dumb, you don't know maths, you can't do analytical thinking, you can't look at patterns and figure out the way this is going. Okay, but how else can they be intelligent? How else can they sort of communicate? And this is where it really hits home, is 60% of the prisoners in the UK that were surveyed have communication difficulties. I don't think that's necessarily the case. We're thinking of communication where it's verbal. Behaviour is communication. How we act, our body language is communication. So if you're a prisoner and you've committed some sort of crime, what are you communicating? I'm not accepted into sort of society. Again, this is where my university comes in, what I learned through criminology, sociology. Labelling theory literally dictates that when people don't feel a part of a certain society like the norm, they go into criminality, and that is drugs and being violent, and sometimes it can actually lead into even further criminality like murders, rapes. And I don't really want to go down all that route, that's quite a dark part of the world, but I think a lot of this can be prevented if we were to support people in a very better way. And the creative industries, because of if you look at the financial crash of 2008, the funding for creative industries and youth centres just got completely shut. And then criminal rate went up. Well, I'm not surprised, because creativity is expression. So if you like art and you wanted to make a career in art, you can express yourself. So how do people create and express themselves in the modern day? A heavy focus on technology, which is what Sarah referred to as well. Yes, ironically, what I'm doing is technology, but there's a bit of a social aspect and a political aspect to that. Then it comes into mental health. We know that there's a mental health epidemic before COVID, not just because of COVID. COVID amplified it. 45% of prisoners have been diagnosed with anxiety or depression of some sort. And I'm talking male and female, not just male here. Mental health is also linked to learning disabilities and learning difficulties and communication problems. I don't know if there's a link here that only I'm seeing, or I'm just being a bit weird, but I'm pretty sure this speaks volumes. This is all from medical journals, psychiatric journals, people I've consulted with, psychologists. Everybody is saying the same thing. There's huge links between mental health, learning disabilities, learning difficulties and communication problems with criminality and people being socially excluded from the norm. Most of the things we build in society is built for the majority, and we leave a certain part of that out. ADHD, although ADHD is kind of recognised, some people go, it doesn't exist. It is a real thing, and I've recently met someone that is very much painted as, she's very aggressive, a lot of communication issues. Actually, one of the nicest people in the world. The only reason she can be a little bit aggressive is because people don't understand her. And she's like, I'm trying to communicate to you, and you're not helping. You're not understanding, you're not willing to understand. So when you're pushed into that, and you're crying out for help and no one's there, no wonder she can sometimes do things that are seen criminal, or taking drugs, or whatever else, because that makes her feel good. And that's in her own words. Not mine, that's in her own words. So, this last statistic, I promise I don't want to bore you with statistics, and that's 54% of people with learning disabilities, autism and other difficulties have been diagnosed with a mental health problem. This is why I started what I do. 5 years so far, and we've attracted quite significant investments and significant important people to work with us to build it. There's a lot of technological difficulties like Google and Apple that say you have to do it this way if you're on our platform. Great, thanks for that. We're trying to do something really good here, but it's because they want it to make it their own, and we can't do that because we need to protect the people that we're trying to support in the long run. I think that's it. I didn't really want to be too structured. I just wanted to be a bit more authentic and based on the last 5 years and just let it out. And that was it. Cool.
Thank you, Gary. Yeah, Gary and I had a fascinating chat, and I do think that neurodiversity is such an important agenda. And I did share with Gary that I work in a university environment, and I'm glad that Gary has experienced that environment, because we do actually, we celebrate neurodiversity. We require neurodiversity to work in in that sort of environment. We actually celebrate it and recognise it for its strengths, but not necessarily the whole of society. And I think there are huge links between the innovation and innovators and that whole concept of looking at things differently, which celebrates and recognises neurodiversity as the thing that you want, that diversity. So, and also in our straw poll of our panel, when we were originally talking about it, those links between the creative sector and those that demonstrate neurodiverse strengths. And so, really interesting. Thanks, Gary, for free-forming and bringing that agenda to us, and hopefully some questions that come up at the end. Okay, so our last panellist is Adrian Hull, who's one of my colleagues at the University of Portsmouth. So I'm not going to introduce him any more than that because I haven't for anyone else. So Adrian, I'm a bit scared about this, but I'm just going to say the floor is yours.
Hello, good afternoon. I've prepared 347 slides. I thought that would be really useful. Now, what I've done, I've got a little bit of my personal background. I'm going to bare my soul to you a little bit. Then a little bit about the sort of area of the University of Portsmouth that I work in. And then a little bit about a new development that basically has got its doors open for everyone to get involved in, hopefully just after Christmas. I think there's a little slidey thing, a PowerPointy presentation. I'm not going to hang on that too much. Can you pull it up, though? Yeah. Yeah, there we go. Thanks ever so much. Right, cool. So that's my name. It's a good start, yeah? Cool, okay. as I said, I'm going to give you a little bit around the background, a little bit around the School of Creative Technologies, a bit about CCIXR, which stands for the Centre for Creative and Immersive Extended Reality. So the Centre for Creative and Immersive Extended Reality. So I'll explain what that is in a minute. It's kind of cool. And then have a quick chat about this idea of how creativity drives innovation so much. So my background is I played the piano when I was a little one. I got into university, I went up to university, went to the Royal Academy of Music and King's College of London, and then realised I was kind of all right at the piano, but not that good. And then I found writing music, composition, absolutely amazing. It just goes around in my head all the time and I write music. So that's kind of what I trained to do at university and through school and all that sort of stuff. I failed my A-level as well, didn't do very well in A-level music, but then became an A-level sort of music examiner. Smashed it. Then with my partner I had an option to go and study in Paris or Cardiff. She said she'd come with me and I went to Cardiff. But I had a great time there, did a doctorate, and then during that time started exploring businesses and innovations. So we set up a new music ensemble in London, a London Contemporary Music Group. We did concerts for 4 or 5 years. Even turned a profit. But remember, creatives don't make any money, especially not in new music. Then, as I was coming towards the end of my doctorate, I set up a business called Archimist, which is about enabling people to commission music. So there's websites and all that sort of stuff. It's still going now, but it's about if you would like music written for any occasion, you can sort of do that through that kind of organisation. So then I started working in a university, absolutely loving it, conducting orchestras, doing all sorts of things, extracurricular, co-curricular, and actually sort of teaching, doing lots of innovation work. And then lucked out, ended up with a job at Portsmouth University as head of the School of Creative Technologies, where I kind of blag it every day. So the School of Creative Technologies, I'm a pianist, remember? The amazing School of Creative Technologies, though, we do so many different things in the school. There's about 50 staff who are all 50 permanent staff who are all engaged, all academics and engaged in teaching, research, innovation activities. So academics don't just teach, they kind of do all of those things. And there's probably another 30 or so kind of staff connected to the school. And I'm just a pianist. But shh, don't tell anybody, okay? So, what we do at the school then is we teach undergraduates BA courses, which are arts courses, and BSc courses, which are more scientific. Then also postgraduate and doctoral studies. But really importantly, we do lots of work with schools and colleges and other institutions as well. And then the key thing is other people and other organisations. And like any university, any decent university, we've got our doors open to try and build relationships in the community, whether it's regionally, nationally or internationally. So the whole point, the fundamental reason for creative technologies, when I was maybe sort of 12 years ago, I asked my little lad for some career advice because I'd been offered 2 roles. One was as head of music at a university, classical, and one was as head of creative technologies. And he said, "Daddy, everyone uses computers, you idiot." So he was right though, I moved into more technology. But what's interesting is, I think there's a bit of an artificial divide. There's no real separation in my head between creativity and technology, or creativity and the sciences, I think. They're very much related. So if we in the school look at things as being both creative and technical, and arts plus science as one related thing, then I think we're onto a winner. There's a big list of courses that we've sort of run there: augmented reality, virtual reality, computer animation, computer games technology, computer enterprise, BA and BSc creative computing, I'm pretty sure, there's a list. Great, well done. A huge range of subjects though, all of them though, I say this to the students, I couldn't do what they're doing. They have to be experts at technical things, at software, at hardware, but they all have to be experts at creativity as well. They have to understand what's happened in the past as well as what's happening nowadays in terms of software. Oh, look at that, social. Are we getting social today? There's an Instagram or something, is it? I don't know. And twitting. If anyone wants to do a twitting, then twit it. Love it. Love a bit of twitting. It is right, isn't it? You see, now, if anyone had corrected me, I'd have given you a £25 voucher. But that's okay, you know. Okay, so twitting or Instagram, we're there. Now, the thing that I think we're kind of quite excited about at the moment is our Centre for Creative and Immersive Extended Reality. The Solent LEP funded, or sort of part funded, the development of this set of facilities, which, as you can see on the screen, basically there are 5 main areas that these facilities at the university kind of cover. So virtual and augmented reality and mixed realities, volumetric capture, motion capture, photogrammetry and immersive sound. Now, they're probably quite new to lots of us because they're quite kind of cutting-edge facilities. And in fact, at the moment, it's really exciting because most of it's in boxes at the university in Portsmouth and it's just being built. But just after Christmas, it'll actually be open. Now, the point of it is that it's there. It was just over £5 million on equipment alone. And the reason that the Solent LEP have kind of put this money towards the facilities and matched what the university was putting in is so that we can open the doors and get people in to try out these facilities so that you can explore whether or not they may be useful for you and your organisations and what you're doing. Now, we kind of need something out of it as well, but that's obvious. That's giving our students experience of this kind of thing and linking students who have those abilities of creativity and technology with you in the future, enhancing their learning. But the idea is that these facilities are there for people to use, and we're just developing how that will work now. But the fundamental thing is, if you tweet us or email me or something, we can invite you along to the actual grand opening, where I think we're going to even have like, a vol-au-vent or something as well. So, that's the plan anyway. The key thing alongside the facilities, though, is it means nothing without the amazing staff who work in my school and the rest of the creative and cultural industries faculty, because they're the people who actually understand how to use this equipment and, much more importantly, how to break it. Because that's where it's really interesting. When you break something, and like you were talking about, when you push the boundaries of things, when you push the boundaries of what you're trying to do to live stream something, that's where it gets interesting. So we just worked on a project with the RSC, the Royal Shakespeare Company, where we live streamed actors in motion capture suits all around the world in a production called Dream. And it really does depend on dull things like bandwidth, but also on the know-how and the creative impetus and the creative decisions that are made, and that's what's really exciting. So we're going to have some really cool facilities that we'd love you to come and see, but we'll also help you break them as well. That's the idea. And then the students are really good at that as well. And then more formally, obviously universities are engaged in research and development. You might have a view of academics being very much, and I'm going to write a paper that's going to be read by 2 people and that will be very interesting. No. It's not like that. Not in the School of Creative Technologies and CCI. We want to do things, we want to change things, and we want to influence things in a creative way. So it may be about making something that's purely for art's sake, or it may be about actually working with defence industries to try and, one of the most recent examples is we just built a RIB simulator. So the boats that the pilots drive in the Royal Navy, they drive around, but they were rubbish and kept crashing them in the first few weeks, so they now do it simulated for the first 6 weeks. But there were some games technology students who did that. How cool, how cool. So the official launch is on February 2022, so please just email or tweet or whatever it's called. And I think the key thing that I just wanted to sum up is about creativity and innovation. What people like you, I suspect, are interested in is thinking, understanding, questioning, disrupting, improving, experimenting, iterating, evolving to produce solutions that are simple and elegant. So if somebody says, oh, well, they're just hobbyists or something, stuff off. That's what we deliver all of the time, okay? That's what I believe anyway. I'd love to hear from you, twitting or emailing or whatever. Yeah, it'd be lovely. Thanks ever so much. Okay, cool.
Thank you very much, Adrian. And for those of you in the audience that also heard DSTL say that they've got £1 billion worth of funding available, you're going to have to beat Adrian back, because he's on his way there now to try and suck up as much of it as he possibly can, and to use as an opportunity to demonstrate the skills of his students and of the facilities that we are very excited about, as you've probably gathered. So we're now on to the Q&A session. Before we get on to that, I'm going to thank my panellists very much, just in case I forget to do that at the end. Thank you very much for your thoughts, the time that you've given us today, and hopefully there was some good applause, and I haven't seen anyone leave either. So obviously that seems to be good. I am going to ask: are there any questions from the audience? Don't be shy. They've all got more things that they want to talk about. Okay, lovely, thank you.
And hello, my name's Sue Thomas, and the question is to you, Gary. You talked really brilliantly about neurodiversity, I thought. Really enjoyed that. It was really hopeful that you're there. For someone with a neurodiverse issue, I can't think of another word to say, being able to break in or find a solution, something that you might offer, is innately difficult, because knowing what to do and how to approach is really hard, because that's the nature of the problems they might face. How does someone with a neurodiverse condition find out or break into something that you might offer or others?
What a question. I think a lot of it comes down to, is this working all right? Because I don't have feedback. So I think a lot of it actually comes down to people I've met in my own sort of experiences. I think a lot of it comes down to like confidence, for one, and What about now? We'll do all three. Here we go. Amplified. This is better? I definitely hear it myself now. I'm going to blow my ear off. Where was I? So I think a lot of it comes down to is correct me if I'm going wrong here or completely off piece, is down to confidence and kind of fear of being judged. Because I think a lot of people in this world, regardless of whether you have a neurodiverse sort of issues, as it were, or programmed differently, is we're so innately trying to impress other people, even though we don't know them. We care about other people's opinions more than we do, say, on social media, than we do people within our own inner circle. Do I care about what Sarah thinks about me? Yes, because I'm here in her presence. Do I care about what she thinks of me tomorrow? Probably not, because I'm not going to see her every day. But I care more about my girlfriend's opinion of me than I do anybody else's, because she's the closest one to me. So I think a lot of it is down to fear, confidence, and just not being afraid to make errors and mistakes. We all been told by how many innovators in the world that mistakes are a good thing because you learn from them. Whereas we still, especially in the UK, we have a culture of, oh no, we can't do that, we can't invest that. What if it goes wrong? Screw it, just see what happens. You know, you don't know how it's going to go. There's so many people on this panel that I can actually see working in so many different industries, like social care and some other industries, and they don't even see it themselves because they don't know it. Does that make sense? Does that answer the question? Okay, cool. Next person's got this question. You've got to hold all three, please.
So there is a follow-up question, I think, that's come in online. I'm going to give Gary a break, because I'm going to ask some of the other panellists if they want to address this question as well. Because when we talked about this earlier, it was resonated with the rest of the panellists. So the question is, do you think society is more accepting of neurodiversity? How can we celebrate and encourage people to share their learning difficulties? So I will let Gary come back to this, but before we do that, does anybody else on the panel want to talk about this from their perspective? No? No, okay. Okay, did you want to...
Go for it, maybe.
Yeah, go for it, Rowan.
Yeah, I mean, it's a difficult one because I don't think, well, I'm not neurodiverse in the sense of a typical, like a diagnosis or anything. But I generally think, I mean, the whole point of neurodiversity is recognizing that everyone is different, right? But I've, been lucky enough to work with people who do have, diagnosed neurodiversity, and I think people are so much more accepting of it now, at least people who are conscious. And I think certainly, I'm not going to paint a brush and say it's perhaps a generational thing, but you think of particularly young people are so sensitive to things like mental health and everything. The generation that are coming through now, starting at university and younger, are really, really aware of all of this stuff. And certainly, I think empathetic people across the board are all very, celebratory of our differences. But we're really about to see a generation come in who champion it, and I certainly feel as someone who is relatively young to be running a business. My business has been running for 8 years, and I'm 29. I hire people, and I certainly would, well, you have to be careful to not say that I would specifically pick someone who's neurodiverse, but you know what I mean? It's like I would certainly see the strengths in what someone's bringing if they were to have a diagnosed neurodiversity. I think it's a really valuable thing to have. Difference of opinion is just so valuable in business, because you just get different perspectives on everything, and that extends across the board, not just neurodiversity, race, gender, whatever. Just having people who are able to think about things in a different way to what you would, having a group of people who all think the same way and feel the same way about things and respond to the world in the same way is rubbish. And I see that with the work that I do, talking to clients who are different to me, different age, different gender, different race. The feedback that I get, they pick out things, clients and the team that I work with as well, but also, the people that sign off the projects that I work on also pick out things that I wouldn't think of. And I have to be, as someone who produces content, really conscious of what we're producing is saying, what it's saying to people, who it's saying. I mean, certainly in video where we've got visual, we're doing something visual often with people. I think we're filming an event like Venturefest. We want to show the variety of people that are here and not just showing all people that, look the same, and think the same and all that kind of thing. It's a thing that we're all that we're very conscious of when we work on projects, of actually representing people and the variety of humanity, I think. Anyway.
Perfect.
I like that. In short, yes. No, I will go through. I think socially, I think in the majority of us, I think we do, but we subconsciously do because we just accept people nowadays in this sort of modern culture. But I don't think it kind of reflects in the system, in the political sphere of the world, and like the systemic issues of like the education and things like that, because it's so expensive to sort of figure it out. Neurodiversity is not a negative, it's actually a positive. Because we're all so different, we all think very differently, we're all very unique. It's not, when it's diagnosed, it only exists because it's an issue because it doesn't conform to whatever was being built in the first place. Hence the majority rather than the minority. But yes, socially I think people do accept quite well. I'm yet to find someone that just, I don't know, in this sort of modern day society that doesn't see it. It's 100%. I think society is far, far more ahead than government level, than in our way of thinking, and the universities. The irony is, though, Sarah, is the creative industries is actually led that way. Think of Netflix. There's so many shows about different things like autism. Atypical is a hilariously good one. There's so many shows out there and movies nowadays that just show this, but it's not shown in the political landscape. That's the only thing I can see.
Okay.
That's it.
Brilliant. Thank you, Gary. And Wendy, after this, I will going to come to you for another question, but please finish off first.
Thank you. I was just going to say, on from your point about confidence, I was involved in a Brit School for Performing Arts in Croydon, and that was set up by the music industry specifically because a lot of kids in that area were having communication problems and falling into trouble. And they weren't doing very well academically at all. And there was a lot of people with learning difficulties, but they were really talented. They were really talented within the creative industries. So the school was set up to focus on their strengths, not on what they couldn't do, but what they can do. And you've never been anywhere like it. It was like walking into the Kids from Fame. If you're old enough, you'll know what I mean. The confidence and the atmosphere was just incredible, and they believed that they could do anything, and it did really inspire a lot of kids who had been written off, actually that they do have a talent, and and that it's worthy. It's a great model. So,
okay.
We're talking about sort of neurodiversity. I think we accept that, but I don't think we accept criminal behaviour yet. I don't think we actually are willing to understand that someone is a criminal for certain reasons, and we go, no, you're just a criminal. So I think we're very easy to judge people that are necessarily imprisoned or taking drugs or in the sort of underbelly of society. I don't think socially we accept that yet, because if someone commits a certain crime, we do judge them very quickly, and we don't look at the root of the cause. Hence why I went through all those statistics, because they all link together. And mental health we are accepting of, but criminal behaviour, absolutely not. People are not accepting of that very, very well. If I say to someone, I want to take on someone that's come out of prison, they're like, oh, are you sure? Yes, I am very sure, because they're decent, they're good people, they just went about their life a little bit differently, a bit of a curve rather than kind of this linear way of thinking that we think everybody wants to do. But I think that covers it.
Just add a little bit on that,
and then I'm going to move
quickly.
On.
But James Timpson, who runs the Timpson stores, is a really good example of people that hires former former prisoners, and it certainly is a bit of a taboo. We do work in schools sometimes in places like care homes, and of course there's lots of safeguarding stuff around that, and I would imagine that could be in a lot of jobs, and potentially even in a creative sector, if that's an area you really niche in, could be a real difficulty of hiring someone, and that's one of the things you do. A lot of people during hiring processes check criminal background. I don't have much to say other than that, but it's a valid thing. People can be redeemed, and turn their lives around after making a mistake. A lot of them very young, anyway.
Brilliant, thank you. So, Wendy, one of the just to change the tack slightly, a question has come in: how can we improve advocacy for the creative industries? Would you like to kick off on that one?
In this region?
I would say in this region. It doesn't say, but I'm going to add to it, in this region.
Okay. I think one of the things that I feel is missing, I think at a governmental level, is data. When I worked for the Mayor's office, I worked for Creative London, and my job was to promote London's creative industries. And at the time, Ken Livingstone was very clear that he wanted London to be seen as the centre of creative industries in the world. And that was because he knew that, again, it goes back to the magnet, he knew that would attract the talent and the tourism and everything that goes with it. So, but in order to do that, he had to make the economic case, and we had to gather the evidence and the data of why the creative industry is important, and make the economic case. So whenever I did a project with London Fashion Week or the South Bank Centre or the Queen Elizabeth Olympic Park, it was all based on evidence. I think that is key. I think that is what is missing in this area. I think there tends to be too much, in my view, of postcode tribalism here. I see this area as being very fluid. I go to Southampton all the time. I go out in Southampton, I eat in Southampton, I go to Portsmouth. I go up to Basingstoke. But yeah, I live in Winchester, and therefore a lot of the services that I want to access, I can't because I'm in the wrong postcode. Again, Southampton and Portsmouth, it's quite tribal in a way. I think that more needs to be done. To me, this is a metropolitan area. It kind of feels like it feels as if it's not just a bunch of little cities. Actually, they all have their own identity. But in terms of the creative industries, I think it needs to be. It's interesting, the model of what is creativity and what is innovation. To me, creativity is the divergent thinking. It's the imagination side of things, and innovation is about getting something to market and getting it made. And they're one and the same, really. And so I think the language needs to change as well, and not to see, and the grassroots is good, you know. Actually, we need the startups, we need the incubators, they need to be supported, but there tends to be too much of a focus, in my view, on super big business around here and not supporting the grassroots economy and enough, or at least champion about it to the rest of the country.
Anyone else want to add advocacy for your industry? Adrian, go on then.
I completely. That's such a good point, isn't it, about creativity and where it's used. I know there's a question around careers and stuff, but before maybe we get to that, I think the key thing for me is that creativity isn't just about writing a piece of music or painting an artwork. If we've got someone and we need to send out 100 information packs, that person who can be creative and do it slightly more efficiently and quicker and almost enjoy it, maybe, that's worthwhile, isn't it? So I think we've got this fundamental broken thing at the minute where they're seen as separate things. The Arts Council a few years ago tried STEM and then adding arts into STEM, so you have STEAM. I kind of love that, because STEAM's so much more vibrant, but it's also a bit hot, isn't it, if you burn yourself on it. But that thing about the arts and creativity not being separate from innovation and business and daily life. There's something called the 4C model of creativity, where kind of everybody is creative because we can work out how to go through a door. That is creative. We get that problem, don't we? We can't work out how to get through the door, and then it moves on into professional creativity, and then, Mozart-type creativity. Just saying I agree.
Okay, whilst you've got the phone, Adrian, there were a couple of questions the microphone. There were a couple of questions, one around careers, and the other about how do people actually, and I'm thinking that it might be actually written by someone who knows too much, because they've actually got the Centre for Creative Immersive and Extended Reality, which, unless you're in the know, is quite a difficult thing to remember, which is why we call it CCIXR. But would you like to cover that one off as well, Adrian?
Yeah, so careers are it's really interesting, isn't it? So in a fast-paced area like creative technologies, I think we get asked this a lot at open days by parents, actually, not so much by the students. And I think the honest answer is we don't know. That's the whole point. We don't know. We know you're going to have certain skills when you leave university, whether that's Portsmouth or Southampton or any university. You should have some skills. Some areas, I think, are more equipped maybe for the next the rest of this century. And I'm obviously an advocate of people who have both creative and technical skills, otherwise I wouldn't be, in the area I'm in. The actual careers, in terms of a list, I think it's totally meaningless. What I think we want to equip someone for is a role, a sort of variety of different roles. And do you know what's far more important to me is that they are happy. And that actually is fundamentally much more important than whether they're going to go and work cutting grass or for Apple or Google or something. I don't care. I want them to be happy in 5 years or 10 years' time. I want them to have the opportunity to be happy. And I think that comes from, intellectual stimulation, from competence. We need a baseline salary to be happy. But that's the key thing that really matters to me, and I think to the 1,000 or so students. We try and inculcate and drive them to do interesting things and to enjoy what they're doing, because fundamentally happiness is worth a lot more than any particular salary, I think. now, part 2.
Part 2. Quite a
The
technical question.
Centre for Creative, Immersive and Extended Reality. How do we work with and how can we support people, basically? Okay, so the university's a charity. We can't give stuff away for free, but fundamentally, we want to work with, and in fact it's written into the sort of the funding agreements, that we will support SMEs and big companies and little companies and individuals. So the way we're looking to do that is by, well, there's a number of different ways that we can do it. We can invite individuals in and have conversations with them. We'll have open days where people can come in and see the facilities. And in fact, if we look at something like a photogrammetry rig, which is hundreds of cameras that can basically photograph something in real time and then pull it into a computer modelling system, so we can use those kind of characters or things in software. A business isn't going to be able to afford that. An SME is certainly not going to be able to afford that. So we want to make that available to you to be able to come in and try out. It may be that then you decide that is the way you want to go. So that's one way that we can help SMEs. The other thing is around processes and advising through our students and academics on specific projects. And it may be that you come in, you talk to us, we try out some facilities, and you decide that what you really want to do is not go anywhere near VR, because it's totally irrelevant to your organisation. And I think that's kind of helping as well, because you won't have had to have spent however many hundreds of thousands of pounds trying it out. So I think that's one of the things that we really want to do. But remember what a university is. It's a load of really inquisitive people and really kind of people who are in the mode of learning and trying to break things. So I think that's what we can do. It's got to be said already, the centre isn't built yet, but I think we've already worked with upwards of 50 SMEs in the area. So it's kind of open now. So do email or tweet or whatever it is. Yeah, thank you. Okay, that's really enough. Bye.
Okay, Rowan, keep hold of the stick. I love this question. Rowan, what difficulties do you find in pushing more creative solutions or approaches to risk-averse clientele?
Oh, that's a good question. So, as I alluded to in what I said, live streaming is a perfect example. We started doing live streaming back in 2014. That was the first time I did a commercial one. I started doing it back at university back in 2011, and probably even little bits of it earlier than that. And I was trying so hard to encourage people to do it. And the problem we had with event organisers, events of this sort of size, so we're not talking, football matches or something which are already being broadcast. We're talking relatively small in the scheme of things, business events, where there's a big audience who would be interested in the content but can't necessarily get there for whatever reason. And I tried so hard to kind of show people it. I even at one point did a conference of my own that I put on, where I was one of the speakers, of course. But I got some people that I knew to also come along and do presentations, and we live streamed it, and it was crickets. And the tricky thing is that no one really wants to be first, because in corporate and in the corporate world, particularly in bigger organizations, people, I think, don't really want to put themselves forward, because if it all goes wrong, it'll land on them and it will destroy their career, or they'll lose their job, or when there's the next whatever, they'll basically, it will tarnish their reputation. And it's a really difficult one. I don't think there is a solution other than simply finding ways to do it and then showing people that you've done it, and then the next person will go along and say, okay, well, they did it and it worked for them, we'll do it. That's the only way you can really get through to people who are struggling with the risk, is just by going out and doing it. And that's why I've personally found opportunities to try and show a lot of this technology, not necessarily opportunities where we even get paid for it. Sometimes it's stuff, like I said, I put on a conference voluntarily, just on my own accord, to demonstrate that it's possible and that you can make it work, because sometimes you just need an example that you can say, we did this then, it worked, and it would work for you. And that's how it works a lot of the time. I don't think you can convince people to be early adopters, but I think what companies can do across the board is try and create that culture within their company where it's okay to try things. So for anyone out there who is in a position of seniority in your organisation, please try and create that environment where people can suggest an idea, and even if it doesn't work perfectly, the fact that you've tried it is more important, because that's the only way you're going to drive forward. But for people like me, I don't have much say. I just have to try and do a good job of putting it up on my portfolio and saying, this is what we did, this is who we did it for, and it worked well for them, and hopefully it will work for you too. That's my experience anyway. I don't know, actually, James, you might have experience with this.
So what was the original question again?
How do you work with clients where they're slightly risk averse and you're trying to push their agenda, bringing your creativity to try and encourage them to take a new approach, a new solution?
Yeah. I think it's a similar situation where you've got to demonstrate that other clients have done it before, and that's really the only way that they can feel confident in moving forward, especially with your services. It is a very difficult thing to do, to decide to invest, maybe a significant amount of money in this idea that you've had, and it can be an expensive journey, and it can be quite a lot of investment until you see that either, yes, this definitely is the thing that's going to work, or you'll actually reach the point where you start making money as well. So I think it's confidence as well, and the belief in the idea that's essential, and there's very little you can do other than that. But there's funding available as well for things like this, and if you can put a good case together, that could give you the confidence as well to invest your money and hopefully get some additional help.
Okay, thank you. Now, I'm going to draw it to a close there, because I'm feeling that I could do with another cup of coffee, which probably means that everybody else in the room could do with moving around a little bit. And I'm conscious that Adrian's getting a bit twitchy, that there might not be the whole £1 billion left by the time he gets to DSTL. And I wouldn't be doing my job properly if I didn't allow him to hot-foot it, to go and talk to them. My panellists are going to be around for a little bit longer, so if you want to have conversations with them, please, I was going to say grab them, please approach socially distance in an appropriate way, grab them, and I'm sure they'll be willing to talk to you further. I hope we've addressed our brief, which was to demonstrate and to challenge as to why the creative industries has such an important role. And for as long as I stay as a partner on the board of Venturefest South, I will be championing it and working in the fields that I work in to ensure that it gets the full recognition that it deserves. So if I can just say thank you again to my panellists, thank you to our audience for your questions and for staying with us and sitting and engaging and listening to us. And I would invite you now to go and mingle with the other innovators, to enjoy bumping into people, and hopefully enjoy and engage with the rest of your day today. So thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Jack Kennedy, Economic Development Manager at Basingstoke-and-Deane Borough Council. We're delighted to be a partner for Venturefest South, as the best regional event to bring innovators, entrepreneurs and investors together It's a natural home for us to showcase what makes Basingstoke a great place to start and build a business. We have a supportive environment, affordable and flexible space, a buzzing ecosystem, great transport links, and outstanding quality of life. But we don't work alone, and we will be bringing our partners IncuHive and Route 21 along with us. They are part of our Get Launched initiative, and both play critical parts in providing all the ingredients required for startups and scale-ups to succeed in Basingstoke. But those new businesses need a platform to show off the incredible stuff they are doing, and an opportunity to learn from others, and that's where Venturefest South comes in. It's great that there are a number of our local innovators attending this year, and we're certain Venturefest will be another successful step on their growth journey. But if you're from outside the area, come talk to us to learn more about why you should make Basingstoke your next home for your business.
Hi, my name's Ed. I'm the Creative Director at Carswell Gould, which is a creative comms agency based on the south coast of the UK. So we're hugely involved in Venturefest South and we love it. We've been involved since the beginning as a founding partner, and we got involved because we do a lot of work in the innovation economy space, whether that be with universities, startups, high growth companies, accelerators, or any of the other businesses and organisations that sit in that space. So if you're interested in finding out how communications, creative comms, web, PR and marketing can help your organisation jump ahead, then come and talk to me or one of our team here at Venturefest South.
My name's Anushka Otley and I'm the Managing Director of Business Partnerships and Commercial at Fareham College. We're attending Venturefest South because we are passionate about innovation. Innovation is intrinsic in everything we do at the college, and we work hard to ensure that we're upskilling the next generation of workforce with those crucial innovation skills. We can offer a wide range of support to innovators in the region, whether that be training need analysis, or directing and supporting you to funded training across a wide range of sector areas. Local innovation is important to Fareham College because our main purpose is to provide training that meets our local employer needs. Employers need innovation as a skill in order to succeed and take their businesses to the next level, and Fareham College support them in upskilling their workforce and finding the next generation of talent.
Hello, I'm Mark Pembleton. I'm the Economic Growth Manager at Portsmouth City Council, and we're one of the founding partners of Venturefest. And the reason why we're involved in Venturefest is because we want greater innovation in our city. We're a very innovative city and we've got lots of small companies, and we want those to expand rapidly, gain new investment and work with other larger companies and other partners. And so at Venturefest, that is the place for them to do that. And we know that our startup rate is very good in Portsmouth. We're one of the highest areas, one of the best cities for starting up a business, but the survival rate could be a lot better. And it's by getting capital at the right time and by working with the right type of partners, those companies will do even better.
Hi, I'm Rowan and I run a video production company called Southpoint Films, and we're delighted to be sponsoring Venturefest South for the 4th year in a row. Innovation is something that runs core throughout our business, whether it's working with clients involved in the design and manufacture of new technologies, involved with the deployment of things like robotics and software automation, or with academia where they're researching and developing new technologies and sciences, as well as also inspiring the next generation to get involved and push those things out into the world where consumers like us will eventually be using and benefiting from them. Of course, innovation is also something that we do as well as a business, whether that's using the latest in camera technology and editing techniques, and also using new advancements such as 360 video, virtual reality, drone technology, and of course live streaming as well, which has seen a massive increase in innovation and usages over the past couple of years.
Hi, I'm Matt Chin. I'm one of the directors of DSTL and I'm the head of platform systems. We pride ourselves in being the science inside UK defence and security, and we do a lot of work with industry and academia. In fact, we do more than half of the work that we do by sponsoring with our partners. So now is a better time than ever to come and work with us. We need to harvest the best ideas, the greatest breadth of innovation from small to medium enterprise, academics, established industry. We're looking for all of you to think about how you can help defence meet its challenges and come and work with us. So Venturefest gives an opportunity for you to learn more about DSTL, how practically to work with us, what we're trying to focus on and our priorities, and hopefully that will help you think about how you can contribute to the UK's defence and security needs. So on behalf of everyone in DSTL, I really look forward to seeing you at Venturefest.
Generally, are you happy? Good. Are you interested and engaged with what's happening here this morning? Clearly not, no, but that's fine. But that's all right, it's the post-lunch fug, you're allowed. So look, my name's Timo. I'm just here, first of all, to introduce our next session and our host. Could you please welcome Mr. James Ford? Yes, do that. James, come over, man. So just before we introduce you and your film, a quick word. Who are you? Why are you hosting this session?
Yeah, afternoon everybody. So James Ford from the Solent Local Enterprise Partnership, or the LEP. My role is Business Engagement and Growth Hub Manager. So in short, my role is to support businesses to access a range of support and functions that includes funding that we're here to listen about today.
And you've brought together a panel that are going to help discuss this, share some different perspectives on it, and then have a discussion, correct? Interesting souls all.
Yes, we've got a wonderful expert panel that are going to give you a range of ideas and options around funding for innovation.
Wonderful. James Ford, everybody.
At the heart of the South Coast lies a gateway to the world, where the story of our trading heritage meets our trading future, where a new generation of innovators stand ready to take on the challenges of our times, to level up communities and build a better future for us all, where opportunity abounds, tourism flourishes and trade flows, and those who keep us safe proudly call their home, where our heroes proudly fly the flag, in a region where Britain has always led the world. Connected by land, sea and air, one region stands ready to carry the ambitions of the nation as we set forth building new relationships, united for a global Britain. Solent Freeport, gateway to the world.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So whilst the video's just finishing, I really wanted to just show that video because I thought it was our application for what was the Solent Freeport bid, which some of you may be aware of. I'm not going to stand here and talk about it, but actually I thought the video really showcases what the region is all about and some of the real key strengths in the region. Now, one of the things we're going to do today is talk about funding. Any innovation needs money. So we brought together a panel of experts just to give a few examples of the different types of funding that can be available to you and your business. So how we're going to run the session, so we're going to sort of 5-7 minutes for each speaker just to talk a little bit about, and then we're going to have a Q&A at the end. We do have Slido, I've been told, so if anybody does want to post a question, we will try and cover as many questions at the end as we can. We should have about 15-20 minutes at the end, or feel free to put your hand up when we get to the end. So I'm going to welcome our first speaker, who is David Legg in disguise. It's actually Bruce from KTN. David unfortunately can't be with us today, so David's from Innovate UK, but Bruce is from KTN, and he is going to talk to us about Innovate UK and a little bit of KTN as well.
A little bit. Does this work? I'll tell you why I'm not very good at standing still. But I will say I haven't seen the slides I'm just about to present to you. So, yes, David Legg, unfortunately, at the very last minute was unable to attend, but as a group of innovators yourselves, you know that when you're presented with a challenge, you look at it and you capitalise on it and you optimise and you come up with a great idea, which means I'm going to step in for David Legg and do his presentation. So let's see what he may have talked about. Right, well, first of all, I work for KTN. Many of you would say, KTN, that's part of Innovate UK. No, we're not. We are an independent network We are a network that I'll talk about a bit later on very briefly, but we are not Innovate UK. But I work very closely with Innovate UK as a region, South East. I work very closely with David Legg, along with others that I can see in the room. So let's just see what he would have presented, and I'll see if I can add some context to it. So work with me on it, because you're seeing it for the first time, as am I. Right, so Innovate UK. That is the government's innovation agency. It funds great ideas, but it's part of a government, comes under BEIS. BEIS orchestrates its funding operations through UK Research and Innovation, UKRI. UKRI is the combination of research councils in many different scientific and engineering sectors, alongside that business-orientated facing area, Innovate UK. So they're all part of the same family, UKRI. And Innovate UK there, mission statement, which I'm just reading for you for the first time. Productivity and growth, making them a commercial success. It's about funding the really good innovation ideas to generate and galvanize the UK capability and innovation to make money and export that expertise outside of the UK and capitalize and make the UK absolutely the place where you do innovation. Innovate UK helps in two ways. It says it there, fund and connect. Making the right connections obviously makes very, very fundable ideas. They are the bank. They do have money that they will fund from the government. They're there to explore the potential of new areas, develop new products and processes, evaluate new business models, I'll explain that a bit later on, and also accelerate the process going from one idea to the other. But also the connection bit is also very important. Great ideas come when people collaborate and connect. And how you collaborate and connect and find those partners, new markets, we'll get on to in a minute. Innovate UK, funding R&D for innovation. It does grants, obviously. It does grants for collaboration between businesses and research organisations. The relationship between business and universities is critical. It does the procurement contracts for R&D and SBRI, Small Business Research Initiative. That's when the government's got a problem or a department within government's got a problem and the solutions are out there somewhere. SBRI. And innovation loans, we're going to talk a bit about that shortly. Luckily, we got the UK Business Bank here, which is good. And we've also got investor partnerships. Innovation support in the South East. Innovate UK is not just based in Swindon. They have now regional managers, of which David Legg is one. So they're really looking at the galvanisation of innovation on a regional basis. Really, really important. KTN as well, looking at what is the regional way of going about a strategy. It's not just about levelling up. It's about what can we support in one particular area that will make what it's already good at really good. So the idea of having a focus on region is very, very important. And there is a little bit about what they're doing in the South East. To date, a number of grants, the value of the grants, knowledge transfer partnerships and projects. That's where universities have been worked with businesses to ensure that the university and its capability is actually now married into a commercial operation and adding value to that business. Talk about that maybe if I get time. And collaborative R&D projects. Some statistics there. How am I doing, James? I've never seen these before. It's not bad, is it? Okay, cool. Now, this is really interesting. This Innovate UK obviously have to publish where all the grants are particularly being laid out. In the South East, there is actually a little thing called DataViz, where you can, if you look, contact me, I'll send you a link. You can actually drill down to where actually Innovate UK have been planting their particular funded programs, and you can get details on every single one of those projects, and it's constantly being updated. But they don't just lay out the money and just forget about it. They go back and they visualize and they see what's going on, looking for impact. So smart funding, Innovate UK smart funding. This is where you're not really talking about sector-aligned challenges or very, very focused areas in particular sectors, which they would then publish, and only those that would see themselves as relevant apply for funding. Sometimes people just have got a good idea. They've set up this the smart funding program so that one can apply for grant funding that isn't necessarily specified in a particular sector, or it may be a sector that hasn't been addressed, but you want to have an application done now. So Innovate UK Smart Funding is one to look out for if you can't see where you can get funding from the programs that are currently published. Not a bad amount of money, up to 2 million. Local and national support. So the Solent LEP and Innovate UK, they're working with yourselves, which is good. This is looking like a particular example where they've done some particular bits of funding. The Solent Growth Fund, 50k to support expansions of business. They're looking at a definite lead on net zero particularly. So this would have been an interesting project because of the carbon lighting programme and so on. But they do have Innovate UK close relationships with the growth hubs. And I can see another one in the room here as well. So the regional impact and working closely together on regional programmes with LEPs is particularly strong. Collaborative R&D grant. Okay, this is another example of particular investments in the southeast. Looks like they've been doing something with autonomous robots and underwater exploration, which we are very good at, aren't we, in the Solent? I understand. Excellent. And looks like some particular investments at that particular level. More good stuff. I already mentioned the Small Business Research Initiative. This is where, as a quick reminder, this is where particular government departments are looking for the small innovators and business innovators to get them out of a particular hole. It's usually rapid deployment of funding. And Googling that would be a quick release onto what government departments are looking for. What? Innovation loans. Okay. Is this something particular that you would be good at? Probably know more than me. Okay, well, innovation loans. This is around where you've quite far up the R&D. You're quite far up the TRL. You've done a lot of your own investment. You maybe had some grant funding to get you to a reasonable level of TRL. And it's about that final push for impact. And the final push for impact is something that where a lot of people find it quite difficult to fund or even indeed think about what they need to be doing for that final push, like marketing, creating a longevity for the innovation program that you're doing. Now, the idea of an innovation loan is from Innovate UK would be that they will provide you with some funding to get you over those humps and accelerate the wheels, and it's very tolerable about how that business would then service that loan moving forward, as far as I understand. But this is how David would have explained it, with some examples of where they put some of the innovation loans into practice. Right, where are we going now? So the process of an innovation loan by the looks of it. Hey, speed it up, speed it up. All right, I need to wrap up, right. Innovate UK Edge. That is where particular strong businesses, high growth businesses that have been funded by Innovate UK would like to have that in-house support from business advisor. It doesn't matter, it's not sector specific, but Innovate UK Edge is almost assigned to you on a grant award, but there's no reason why you couldn't look at Innovate UK Edge and say, I'd like a bit of help with my business and I want Innovate UK to pay for it. It's funded by Innovate UK and they are local. Oh, I don't know anything about the KTN, so we'll move on from that. No, the Knowledge Transfer Network, we're here to make those connections for you and others, as well as Innovate UK. We organise the event programmes for the funding. We have 330,000 innovators on our CRM. We organise 650 events a year. We are just connecting people. That's what we do. You're looking for something, we'll find it. No wrong door. The catapults, shall we? Yeah, right. We all know about the catapults. They're very good. And we have the UKR funding finder. Something to Google. That's a funding finder. People looking for funding. Thank you, says David Legg.
Now that needs a big round of applause. At the best, right, big round of applause for Bruce. At the best of times, that is very difficult to explain, but he's done a wonderful job. All I would say, anyone that wants any further follow-up or information directly with Innovate UK, we can connect you directly to David, who is happy to follow up with any of you and have a conversation about what that means for your business.
I would stay, but I'm supposed to be judging right now, so I'm going to go.
Right. Anyway, our next speaker, so I'm going to bring Adam. Adam's going to from Intrepid Minds. Now, hopefully, Adam is going to bring some of that to life as a business that has actually accessed Innovate UK funding. So, over to Adam.
Can I use this one? So, there we go. Right, so Intrepid Mines, small company, started 10 years ago up in Warwickshire. Myself and a friend round fire pit, having gin and tonic. Felt like we needed to start a company because we hated all the red tape that was out there, and we hated our bosses and various other things. So we started a company. That was 10 years ago. The first thing that we did was to go to Innovate UK and put a proposal in for an autonomous boat, an autonomous vessel. Government liked the proposal, gave us £30,000 and said, get on with it. As innovators would know, men in sheds do wonderful things, men, women in sheds do wonderful things. And at the end of the year, we came up with a big black boat, which had no lights on it, no collision regulations or anything like that, so it was completely unserviceable, but got us down the road. And from that point, we had a bit of the bug. We do lots of different things at the moment, generally around R&D, but what we're going to be talking about today is predominantly the defence area, because we've got quite a few of the people either in the audience or around the corner that I'm going to be talking about. So just to give you an idea, when you start out in defence, one of the first things that you hit is this view that there's a lot of big companies out there. There's the Kinetic, there's the BAE Systems, there's all these others, and you think, how the heck am I going to be able to compete with these guys? So we started off small, thin end of the wedge, and at the moment, the second picture down there is one of the projects that we're involved in at the moment, which is a Mosquito. So some of you may have heard of Tempest, the 6th generation fighter. Mosquito is the loyal wingman to that. There's two fairly big companies who are doing the other parts of the plane, Northrop Grumman and Spirit Aerosystems. But our little parochial company, based in Warwickshire, now also down in Dorset, is doing all of the systems that go into that thing in order to make it fly. That is a 5-ton aircraft, completely autonomous, and the company's only been going for 10 years. So we've got a bit of a heritage going right now. One of the things I just wanted to go through today was not so much around the funding, but the 3 lessons that we learned from the funding. So I'm going to go through those as 3 different case studies. Case study 1. You're not going to be able to recognise this, most of you, but this is our ground drone. This is the leading edge of the inside of a wind turbine blade. So what we do is we go out to different offshore renewable companies. They then put our little ground drone, orientate the blade, put the little ground drone in, and then that in complete darkness then drives down the blade and is able to spot cracks in the blade down to about 1.5 centimetres, which is pretty good, given that it's in a GPS-denied environment with no light, no spatial capability or anything like that. It's able to just drive down, drive up, and it does that whether it's in the Mediterranean or the Arctic or wherever it is. The reason I brought this up is because this is case study 1. What we found was you get 3 different types of funding. There's the complete package, or the whole package. So this originated from an OIX bid, which is, again, part of the Innovate UK family, where you put together a proposal, a company comes along, subscribes to that, and then they give you they give you the money, not just for the R&D, but also potentially to go and buy some of these afterwards. So this has been going on for a year, putting these into blades all across the world, demonstrating that we can do it all around the world, and the company that has paid for this development is now going to buy 150 of those offers. That order then perpetuates a cycle, which then allows us to go into manufacturing. This is good. We like these types of projects, right? Oh. So number 2 is the valley of death. Right, everybody who's done an Innovate UK project will probably have experienced this. You go, you do your project, you get it to TRL 6, 7, somewhere around there, and then they go, great, brilliant, end of project, what do you do now? Now, as has already been talked about, there are funding mechanisms to actually get you to the next stage. But for us, we wanted to go it alone. we're very well aware that whatever money that we take out of these different bodies, whether it's a grant, a loan, or whatever it is coming out of the taxpayers' pockets, right? And one of the biggest things that we've been able to do with Innovate UK is all of the grants, all of the loans that we've had from them, they've progressed to a stage where we've been able to pay back in the taxes that we've got from the profits from selling these, the original seed funding, as well as create jobs in the local area, which is a good place to be, right? Innovate UK like that. This is an example of this. So this was our Striker drone. It isn't a DJI, it's got no DJI parts on it or any of the others. This was all completely built in the UK. All the parts come from the UK, the EU, or the US, which gives us great supply chain. The entire thing folds into a backpack. It can carry 20 kilos. So that means that I can go out to defence and go and sell a crap load of these to them, or I can go out to mountain rescue or coastal rescue. We've done it in different countries, and the fact that this can fold up into a backpack, carry those things, and do that type of thing, it does refrigeration, so blood and things like that, has meant that we've actually been able to curve that valley of death and get through to sales without having to take extra money out of the taxpayers' pockets. You have to do that at some point in the innovation in order to get it to market. We've got 6 or 7 of these that we've done through Innovate UK, and at some point you just have to bite your tongue and go and do it. It is just the natural way of things. Right, case study 3, failure. Now, I'm well aware that I've got Kinetic in the room and I've got DSCL around the corner. So we joined a framework that was very well managed by Kinetic, and we took on a DSCL project to launch and recover drones off a boat. Now, this is obviously on a lake, but it was supposed to be 6-metre tides of this. And so we put in a proposal, and we got it, woohoo. Then we found out there was actually only 2 companies who went for this proposal because we found out it's bloody difficult, right? We'd done it for a year, we got to the end, and we completely failed, like really bad. But out of that, we had the discussion with the SCL, we had the follow-up discussion with Kinetic, and we said to them, look, we don't want any more money off you. This is probably going to take us a lot longer than we thought it was, but we're going to put our profits into this in order to make it work, right? And again, this is what the likes of Innovate UK and DSCL and those guys are all looking for now. Have you got that heritage? Have you got that history of just doing stuff, even though it was difficult? All of that kind of turbulence, are you able to get over it? So sadly, this drone died like several times in the water, right? But yeah, this project was a complete failure. After that, we started the development. We're now down in the Battle Lab down in Dorset, the Dorset Innovation Park. And one of the things that we're doing actually next month is launching and recovering these off ground vehicles doing 40 mile an hour. So it's not the turbulence of the water, but it's launching off one vehicle and launching onto the other. And they're 4x4s, so we haven't got a lot of room for error. In January, we're going back out and we're going to be going onto the water just off the coast of Poole, and we're going to be doing this in sea state 3 or 4. So, not your 6-metre waves, but, a little bit less, about 3 or 4 metres. But we've done it, right? We've proved it, and in the majority of the cases, this now works. Why is that important? Because people get to see that even though you've taken the money, even though you've done the innovation, and even though you've absolutely failed, you've got it across the line. So from our perspective, we can go into future funding rounds and we can say, yeah, okay, we may be successful, we may fail, but ultimately we get it across the line. And as long as you've got that kind of willingness to do that type of thing, you find that the innovation, the Innovate UK and the other innovation agencies are very receptive to you doing another project, to the extent that, DSTL, frankly, could have turned around and gone, you're a small company, you don't know what you're doing, goodbye, right? We're currently on 3 other DSTL projects, right? I couldn't put it up because of sensitivities, but one of those was a 3D printed jet fighter that we launched on Friday, right? We did that. that is something big that the UK is going to be able to take account of. And it's because organisations like DSTL are able to see past those things, see what you can do, and then move on. I don't think I've got any more slides. No. Thank you.
Thanks, Adam. I personally think it's really powerful listening to someone that's been there, done it, failed, and is doing it again. So all I would say is grab Adam afterwards if you want to know how he did it and how you can do it. So nice segue link into introduce Tony to the stage, who's actually from Kinetic, and he's going to offer a perspective from the funder and how they operate. Tony.
Hopefully I can use that as well. Yes, good. It's almost if we planned it, that Adam went first and then followed by me. But I'm going to give us quite a strange presentation, mainly because I thought it quite useful, first of all, to let you know who Kinetic is, because I would suggest that most of the people in the room haven't got a clue who the hell we are, which is good and bad at the same time. And even those of us who work for the company don't know what half the company does at the best of times. So I've put this slide up to begin with, mainly because we are a big company. You know, we employ 6,000 people. We're completely the other end of the kind of line from where Adam is, with a small company. But actually, you know, 6,000 people kind of belies the fact that actually we may look like a big company, we behave as a small company, which I'll come to another few slides. I'll link it into the innovation and the money side of things later on. But as you can see from that picture, is that we do more than just do R&D. We also do, half the company does test and evaluation. So what comes out at the end of the pipe? So when Adam's saying about some of the capabilities that he's been working on, is that when somebody wants to buy something, is that some of the activities that we do is to make sure it delivers what it says on the tin. And so what we do is operate on behalf of the Ministry of Defence a number of ranges, facilities, etc., to prove, because it's got to work, and it's got to work all the time, or the majority of the time, because people's lives are at risk. So I think you could say people's lives are at risk in lots of other sectors. So it's important to think about how we then think about how to measure that effectiveness of the technology, and how innovation comes into this is really important, because that uncertainty is something which, again, we address in some of the activities that we undertake. So as you can see, we've got various contracts, we've got various activities. We're a big company, and we operate internationally, and it's worth saying from a regional perspective as well, is that we operate down in the South as well. So we've got offices in Portsmouth, in Gosport. Farnborough is a little bit further north, but we've got a significant footprint in the south. So when I said we're a big company, but we have behaved in a rather small way, is that we've got interest in all those technologies. And as you can see, they're really quite disparate. So it's not as if we've got lots of people. We've got thousands of people who are interested in autonomous systems, for example. So that breakup of suddenly, well, actually, we're a large company with a small company mentality, and also we've got a very special place in the manufacturing and space as well with regards to technology, which is why it's really important that we think about the smallness of the technology, the smallness of what the defence and security industry is from our perspective. So again, that's just repeating what I said on the first slide. This is where we are. We don't just look at research and how the new technologies are going to be. We work out how to evaluate it for the front line and for the Army, the Navy, and the Air Force. And we got various methods in which we can do it. We come in at any point in the innovation cycle as well, from early stage research through to that test and evaluation piece. Do you know what? I've run out of slides, but I haven't got run out of talking, because the fact is that innovation funding, there's an awful lot of innovation funding out there at the moment now from a defence and security perspective. Adam mentioned DSTL, most importantly, is that there's a whole slug of money which is coming up through DSTL. It's funded It's fed out through various research frameworks, which are run on behalf of DSTL by a number of industry partners. Kinetic is one of those. So it's important to be engaged if you think some of your technology can be exploited into the defence and security sector. There's a lot of money available, and it is 100% funded. I think that's the other thing as well that's worth noting. I would say the only thing that is something to be aware of is that it's not always the case that the money is there. Is that sometimes the money might be there. And so sometimes, betting your life or betting your future of your company on some of that funding might not be a good idea unless you are certain of either influencing where the money is going to be spent or having something, as Adam has highlighted, something really quite useful, which is a benefit and can be seen as being maybe a step forward in terms of the way that capability can be developed and introduced into the operational space. So that's really quite important. So I said there's a lot of money, and there really, really is a lot of money out there at the moment now. In fact, hundreds of millions of pounds over the next few years. Some of it is coming direct from government. Some of it, as Adam's highlighted, is coming through DSTL research frameworks. So that funds really quite low TRL kind of technology areas, which covers the breadth of those areas that I mentioned before. Can I go back? That's only some of the areas that DSTL covers. That's some of the areas that we cover as well. But the breadth is really quite large. So DSTL is well worth looking at. And they're running a number of events. It's worth highlighting. I feel as if I'm speaking about half of Mod at the moment. But they're running a number of Searchlight events over the next couple of months where they're talking a lot more about how a wider engagement could be had with industry and so on. So it's worth looking at those up. Searchlight, DSTL, and they're running, I think, 4 or 5 events up to Christmas. So I think that's worth bearing in mind. The other organisation, it was also downstairs, Defence and Security Accelerator. Again, they're a little bit more focused around a specific need. They run specific competitions. We take part in those competitions as well because it's a way of maturing our technology. And it's worth highlighting as well is that majority of the work that we do and through DASA is through partnership as well. So we work with small companies. We weren't able to work with Adam, I should say, but that's not to say we won't be able to work with Adam again in the future. But we work with small companies and we don't have to always lead those opportunities. Sometimes it's that third-party organisation that has the idea that might be applicable into the defence area and might be suitable for a DASA-type proposal. We can do that. But sometimes what we can do is that somebody like, I'm picking on Adam, like he's, but Adam brings something and we bring something and together we might do something together. That's really the approach we take with regards to partnering, etc. So it's worth mentioning, again, DSTL, DASA are important routes for the future. I think the other thing as well that's worth highlighting, again, something we're quite very supportive of from a Kinetic perspective, is that we're also involved with the Knowledge Transfer Network. So we're part of an advisory group on defence and security to identify where the overlaps are between commercial R&D and defence and security R&D. So we're engaged with the KTN on that side of things. And one of the routes which is being promoted currently is something called the Innovation Exchange, IX, KTN IX, which has been used to date for commercial challenges, but earlier this year it was, do you know what, that is my phone. Excuse me. I normally have silent. Where was I? Thank you very much. So IX, so just last week, BAE Systems are looking to use the Innovation Exchange route around its mission systems, maritime mission systems, to say, well, actually, do you know what, we've got this problem at the moment now. We haven't got a clue what the answer is. Can you help us? So again, Innovation Exchange is another route for funding for the future. So, as I said, defence and security has got an awful lot of money out there. It's just knowing how to get it. And it's not always that simple, even for a company like us who are, kind of born and bred into the defence and security sector. It's a really quite complicated landscape to know where the money is, who's spending it, when is it being spent, what is it being spent on. So my parting words is that if you really, really want to engage on the defence and security side of things, make yourself aware, because there is money there. If your technology has a kind of exploitation, more than just the commercial, and it might be on the defence side of things, consider it. The only thing to say, just consider the commercial market is very different from the defence market, is sometimes the volumes and the volume of revenues are not necessarily as attractive as the commercial market, but it's still relevant enough for a lot of the technologies we're talking about. And Adam has highlighted a lot of his technology is both used in the wind sector as well as the defence sector, as well as other sectors as well. So I think it's very thinking about imagination. And from a kinetic perspective, this is what we're really interested in as well. We're interested in, from more so on the defence side of things, and with some organisations we work more so on saying, actually, you've got a bit of technology which could be exploited into the defence market and we can help you. So it's a slightly different view of the innovation landscape, but it's just to re-emphasise, again, there's an awful lot of money out there if we know how to get it and why you need to get it. And talking with somebody or some organisations that are in the field might be the best way of achieving success for everybody. Is that okay?
Perfect. Yeah. Perfect. Thanks, Tony. One thing I'd say, I'd love everybody's passion that talks about this, because I'm dying here thinking he needs to get off, I need to get him off and get the next speaker on. But the passion, you can see the passion, and one of the themes coming through that I've seen already is how people collaborate as well, working together, talking to people. So events like this, bringing people together and putting opportunities in front of people. The last thing I would say as well is innovation is not just about defence. It cuts across so many different sectors, and perhaps just bring Susan in here, who can maybe talk a little bit broader and what the role of the British Business Bank is as well.
Thanks, James. I'm glad you said that it's not all about technology and defence, because I'm not talking about that. But what I wanted to do today is just enlighten you perhaps on the British Business Bank and what we're here for and how we fit into the whole funding ecosystem. I'm one of the field managers at the British Business Bank. My colleague Paul is sitting there, covers the southwest of the country, and I cover the southeast. And we're effectively the eyes and ears of the bank out there in the field. And two main parts of our role is raising awareness of the bank, which is one of the reasons that we're here today. And secondly is actually to speak to businesses, intermediaries, funding providers, banks, stakeholders, to understand what's going on the ground with real businesses. So we're talking from a place of knowledge when we're informing the bank about its policies and ultimately up through to government. Because the British Business Bank, if I can, is that going to move on? Wrong button. Oh, that's not come out very well. I shall move on to... Oh, one of my slides is missing. The British Business Bank is the UK government's economic development bank, so fully owned by government but managed independently. And arm's length, it's our job to help make the finance markets work better for smaller businesses. So the next slide there is just reading the top lines there is the key objectives for the bank, right from increasing the supply of finance through to looking at how to make sure that we've got a diverse market out there for funding, and a number of different objectives. And one thing that's really important right now is a new mission just published last week, which for some reason the wrong slides are here. Because the one objective that's added to this is that we have a role to play in helping smaller businesses with that drive to net zero and that transition to net zero. So the British Business Bank's renewed mission is to look at sustainable growth. It's not just growth for growth's sake. It's looking at how we can all create a sustainable future. And I think that's really important in terms of innovation and innovation funding. And
that is part of the work that we do is helping businesses make sure that they're finding the finance that's best suited to their needs, and that's what everybody's been talking about today. And we also publish some research to underpin this, so we're actually letting our research inform the market and making sure that we can help plug those gaps, which is really key with our role from government. In terms of the way that these are definitely different slides than I got because there were only 4 slides, and I shall probably avoid moving on the slides anymore. Just working through those, through that range of funding from startup to scale up to scaling ahead, it's important to see where we fit in all of that. And the key role or the key point to get across to you is that we're a funder of funds, effectively, sitting behind the financial partners to help make the markets bigger, have more impact and more reach. So the work that we do either co-invests with the private sector or provides those guarantees in order to help the commercial banks or other lenders or other funding providers get the money out to the innovative companies that need it most. But in terms of what that means for you, 40% of businesses broadly have external finance in their businesses right now. That's increased over the last year. But what that means is it's really important to find the right finance wherever you are on your journey. And one thing that is important, especially earlier stage, is looking how you can build value potentially before selling equity, for example. So finding out all of those different options and some of those programs from startup funding, and what some people are not aware of is that you can borrow, each founder of a business can take a personal loan against the business up to 25,000. But in some of the more technology-driven companies, you might have 4 founders, for example, and each of those 4 founders can take a loan of up to 25,000. So, and I think that's one part that is not necessarily taken advantage of, with a fixed rate of interest backed by government, and that's a really good sort of baseline place to think about in terms of early stage. And then you'd start moving through that funding rounds to business angel networks and into smaller VC funding. And with those, the British Business Bank puts its funds alongside private investors to help make the pot bigger. And I think that's, in terms of the Southeast, and I'll use my figures, and Paul might know his own figures, over £800 million over the last year or so has gone into Southeast companies. A good proportion of those through the COVID schemes, the emergency loan schemes that the British Business Bank has managed on behalf of government. But I think hundreds of thousands of businesses have benefited from that, and we've seen that. And the bank is there when the markets don't work so well, and which is a bit counterintuitive, and we've all seen that over the last year. If the markets were all working really well, the British Business Bank wouldn't need to be here. But we're here to help make those markets work better, and there's a finance hub, which is a place to go that can help you understand, wherever you are on your business journey, what type of finance might be there to support that. And I work with a lot of our partners. My job's all about joining the dots as well. That's been talked about. Bruce talked about that at the beginning. I connect up, and we have more of a strategic relationship with Innovate UK, because government is driving innovation funding as well. And DSTL mentioned that earlier this morning, and it's really important that we connect up. Elizabeth from Tech Nations sitting down there. I speak to Elizabeth and Malcolm from some of the business support organisations. So they're connections that I can make in those intermediaries. But what's really good being here today is actually talking to real live businesses like you to understand what's going on the ground. But I would direct you to the Finance Hub or the British Business Bank's website to understand more about what we do. But more than happy to take some questions. Thanks, James.
Perfect. Thanks, Susan. So lots of different options are starting to come through. Now, I'm going to welcome Ed to come and speak, who's going to give us a slightly different option in terms of how to find money, I suppose, and reinvest it back into innovation. Ed.
Thank you. Yeah. Before I give you an overview of CATAX and what we do,
I just want to share a story with you, which is a perfect example of a company that is developing an innovative solution. So we have K9 the dog. He's a talking dog. He walks into the butcher's and he says to the cashier, "I'd like those 4 pork chops, please." The butcher is looking and says to the cashier, "Did you just see that? That's a talking dog. He's asked for 4 pork chops." The cashier's not that bothered because there's so many other people on the line waiting to be served. The dog walks out and says, "Thank you, kind sir," and goes to the bus stop. The butcher's amazed. He comes out of the butcher shop and follows the dog into the bus stop. The dog gets on the bus, the butcher follows him, and then 3 stops later comes out, walks to the zebra crossing, crosses the road, and goes to the house. He walks into the house and the dog's ringing the bell. He rings the bell about 3 times. The owner finally comes out to open him and starts shouting at the dog, "Oh, you stupid dog." The butcher is just bemused. He's thinking, "Sir, this dog is amazing. He can talk. He went to the butcher's. He ordered the pork chops. Why are you upset with him?" That's the 3rd time he's forgotten his key. That is the world of R&D. Taking a lot of time, taking a lot of effort to develop an innovative product or process. But with that, there's an element of risk. There's also some sort of advancement, but you're handling a lot of uncertainties. I mean, Mark, you mentioned it in your slides about some of the projects that have failed. At Catax, we're here to help those businesses. We're here to help them make that claim through R&D tax credits, through patent box. And my suggestion is that we've talked about how you can access grant funding, but then also look at what I call back to the future. You're looking back of what you've done and how you can make a claim for the activity and the work you've done. And also my colleague Chris here, he's responsible for grants, will help you access and at least make that claim through grant funding, because we've now realised that even to obtain such a funding is such a minefield and there's such a challenge, and as a business owner you're spending a lot of time trying to make your product or process work. So we are very much in the world of ensuring that the R&D legislation is easily manageable, and our process is really to work alongside your businesses to help you make the claim that you're entitled to. Key qualifying guidelines is that the project should be technology or science. There should be some sort of advancement, or if you're duplicating what already exists, the key thing is that the information is not readily available. So if it's a case that you're creating a project whereby the information is already there, and in order to manage it, it's simple, that's not R&D. If the information isn't already there and there's an uncertainty and you're trying to manage how exactly you're going to manage that uncertainty and how exactly you're going to make that project work, think about the time and the effort that's been taken in order to make that project work. Essentially, I've got six steps here. In a nutshell, what we're saying is we're there to do the heavy lifting and we're there to help you along the stages. We want you to focus on what you do well, and we're there to assist you make the appropriate claim. We're there to assist you to analyse and make the appropriate costings in order to claim for R&D. Again, we're based in the UK and Canada, and we have a team of specialists from the steps of the surveying to the technical write-up to the actual analyst and the tax analysation. So we've got the mechanism and the support mechanism to help you with your claim. Any questions?
Well, we're like... Yeah, thanks, Ed. So, quick round of applause. Come on. I think Ed's done well. I think he's got a tough gig sometimes trying to make tax credits and tax relief sexy, exciting and fun. but they're definitely there. So what we want to do now, we've probably got about 10 minutes, is just open it up to the floor if there's any questions. You've got a team of experts here willing to answer any questions. So hands up. Any hands up? I can get the ball rolling because I've certainly got a few questions. Yes, at the back.
Well, I was going to say, so for the research frameworks that we operate on behalf of GSDL, for example, is that there are contact points that's available on the web. But I can provide those separately, but it's open to anybody and everybody that wants to join that and sees there's an opportunity for their company to exploit those research. I'm going to say Adam made a point in regards to the fact that it's not the only way to skin the cat. And obviously he took part in one of the research frameworks on the maritime services side of things, Progeny, is that he found another route. So I think that's the thing to emphasise, is that there's one route with regards to research frameworks, but there are multiple other routes that can also be pursued. Does that make sense? I can talk to you about that afterwards as well.
Any other questions? I've got a question for Adam. In your application, who wrote it for you? How did you write it? Did you get any help? Was there any help out there for you?
So the early ones, no, because in the embryonic days of Innovate UK, nobody knew about them, so it was a bit of a free-for-all. It's gotten more and more concentrated, so there's companies out there that are always filling my inbox. Tabat is one of them, who will write your bid for you. But experience has told us that something like an Innovate UK bid, there's 12 questions. It doesn't matter what the subject is that you're going for. It's the same 12 questions. So frankly, pretty much half of the bid is written for you if you've written your previous bid and it's good. And then it's just all about the innovation. And you tend to find that in a lot of these you have to be collaborative. So a business will collaborate with a bigger business, will collaborate with academia, and nowadays there needs to be a business case with it. So there needs to be at least one end user. So if you've got 4 organisations, at least one person in those organisations is going to know how to write a bid properly, right? So you could go to these companies. We choose not to. We've got decent bid writers ourselves, and all the other organisations do the exact same type of thing. At the end of the day, it's about putting your case across. As long as it is something where, yes, there's a little bit of risk, but it is taking steps in the right direction, not just incremental development, and somebody's going to buy it at the end, and they can, the government, the tax-paying, entity can see that there's going to be, tax coming back to them through VAT, that there's going to be jobs created in the local area and all that type of thing. That's what they want to hear, right? I mean, it ain't rocket science unless you're writing a bid on rocket science.
Thanks, Adam. Oh, question at the back.
Thank you. I didn't want to shout. So can I just sort of build on your answer a little bit? As somebody who has to review a lot of applications, you can engage beforehand. You will not get any privileged information, but you will learn about what's important to your customer. And so many of the things that I have to review come to me with an assumption, and therefore they miss the mark completely. So, for example, DASA downstairs, the Defence Accelerator, they have regional advocates who will come and talk to you and will even hook you up with the right part of defence in order that you understand better what it is that you're actually wanting. It's all very well turning and going, I've got this fabulous box and I can paint it green and it will meet all your needs for storing stuff in, but you've not actually scoped that. You've not done the technical consulting part. So my encouragement to you is actually understand what the problem is that the customer is facing. When it comes to other funding bodies, I also do review for the research councils. Again, understand the business space that they are trying to fund and what it is, what level of TRL that they're looking at, and especially if it's a themed call, don't try and stretch the definitions. People aren't stupid. So.
Some great advice. Couple of last questions, and we'll just wrap up. Quick one for you, Ed, perhaps. So tax credits. If I'm a business and you can save me money, how much does it cost me? What's the cost to me?
Well, it shouldn't cost you anything. It's essentially the work that you've done already and the time and effort that you spent to make that project work. So ultimately, our fee structure is very much a no-win, no-fee. So we will only claim a percentage of the benefits that you do get, and that can vary.
Perfect. And any last questions from the floor? I've got one, last one probably for Tony, about IP. So if I'm working with Kinetic, who owns that IP? Oh. Tough one to finish on.
To be honest, it's going to say it depends, really, because I think, even, I love using Adam as a kind of stooge for this, is that his company is all about creating intellectual property. How that is then exploited into the marketplace might be through a third party, but that IP is protected. So from our perspective, we think about what his IP is, we think about what our IP is, but we don't seek to own his IP, because his IP might be exploitable into something we're interested in, but it also might be interested in being exploited in something else. So it's very much, because I think large companies get tainted with trying to own intellectual property. I think it only makes sense if there's a partnership approach to everything. So, and that covers intellectual property as well.
Yeah, it depends on the funding mechanism also. And this is obviously a really great point when it comes to the funding, is in a large case of these with Innovate UK, the IP is with you. DSTL, the IP is with you, but they have certain kind of license rights to it. You never get kind of screwed out of this type of stuff. It sits with you. You still retain that ownership. It's worth obviously reading the fine print, but yeah, we had that at the start when we were a small company. We thought we were going to just get screwed over by it, but it just isn't the case.
I think that's really useful, because sometimes, certainly businesses that I've spoke to, that's the perception that they lose that IP and they're giving that away to the funding body. But that's pretty much our time for today. So hopefully that has been useful to people in the crowd and people online. We will all be around for the next couple of hours. So, like I said, come and grab an expert and take your chats. Go for a coffee, and hopefully you can all enjoy the rest of your afternoon as well. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jack Kennedy, Economic Development Manager at Basingstoke-and-Deane Borough Council. We're delighted to be a partner for Venturefest South. As the best regional event to bring innovators, entrepreneurs and investors together, it's a natural home for us to showcase what makes Basingstoke a great place to start and build a business. We have a supportive environment, affordable and flexible space, a buzzing ecosystem, great transport links and outstanding quality of life. But we don't work alone, and we will be bringing our partners InQHive and Route 21 along with us. They are part of our Get Launched initiative, and both play critical parts in providing all the ingredients required for startups and scale-ups to succeed in Basingstoke. But those new businesses need a platform to show off the incredible stuff they are doing, and an opportunity to learn from others, and that's where Venturefest South comes in. It's great that there are a number of our local innovators attending this year, and we're certain Venturefest will be another successful step on their growth journey. But if you're from outside the area, come talk to us to learn more about why you should make Basingstoke your next home for your business.
Hi, my name's Ed. I'm the Creative Director at Carswell Gould, which is a creative comms agency based on the south coast of the UK. So we're hugely involved in Venturefest South and we love it. We've been involved since the beginning as a founding partner, and we got involved because we do a lot of work in the innovation economy space, whether that be with universities, startups, high growth companies, accelerators, or any of the other businesses and organisations that sit in that space. So if you're interested in finding out how communications, creative comms, web, PR and marketing can help your organisation jump ahead, then come and talk to me or one of our team here at Venturefest South.
My name's Anushka Otley and I'm the Managing Director of Business Partnerships and Commercial at Fareham College. We're attending Venturefest South because we are passionate about innovation. Innovation is intrinsic in everything we do at the college, and we work hard to ensure that we're upskilling the next generation of workforce with those crucial innovation skills. We can offer a wide range of support to innovators in the region, whether that be training need analysis or directing and supporting you to funded training across a wide range of sector areas. Local innovation is important to Fareham College because our main purpose is to provide training that meets our local employer needs. Employers need innovation as a skill in order to succeed and take their businesses to the next level, and Fareham College support them in upskilling their workforce and finding the next generation of talent.
Hello, I'm Mark Pembleton. I'm the Economic Growth Manager at Portsmouth City Council, and we're one of the founding partners of Venturefest. And the reason why we're involved in Venturefest is because we want greater innovation in our city. We're a very innovative city and we've got lots of small companies, and we want those to expand rapidly, gain new investment and work with other larger companies and other partners. And so at Venturefest, that is the place for them to do that. And we know that our startup rate is very good in Portsmouth. We're one of the highest areas, one of the best cities for starting up a business, but the survival rate could be a lot better. And it's by getting capital at the right time and by working with the right type of partners, those companies will do even better.
Hi, I'm Rowan and I run a video production company called South Point Films, and we're delighted to be sponsoring Venturefest South for the 4th year in a row. Innovation is something that runs core throughout our business, whether it's working with clients involved in the design and manufacture of new technologies, involved with the deployment of things like robotics and software automation, or with academia where they're researching and developing new technologies and sciences, as well as also inspiring the next generation to get involved and push those things out into the world where consumers like us will eventually be using and benefiting from them. Of course, innovation is also something that we do as well as a business, whether that's using the latest in camera technology and editing techniques, and also using new advancements such as 360 video, virtual reality, drone technology, and of course live streaming as well, which has seen a massive increase in innovation and usages over the past couple of years.
Hi, I'm Matt Chin. I'm one of the directors of DSTL and I'm the head of platform systems. We pride ourselves in being the science inside UK defence and security, and we do a lot of work with industry and academia. In fact, we do more than half of the work that we do by sponsoring with our partners. So now is a better time than ever to come and work with us. We need to harvest the best ideas, the greatest breadth of innovation from small to medium enterprise, academics, established industry. We're looking for all of you to think about how you can help defence meet its challenges and come and work with us. So Venturefest gives an opportunity for you to learn more about DSTL, how practically to work with us, what we're trying to focus on and our priorities, and hopefully that will help you think about how you can contribute to the UK's defence and security needs. So on behalf of everyone in DSTL, I really look forward to seeing you at Venturefest.
Innovation talk of the afternoon in the Innovation Zone, powered by CatAxe. Have you had an interesting day, some good conversations? Say yes if you have. You have. Great, good. What an interesting mix of people together. We are being streamed live. Thanks enormously to British Business Bank. Thanks, guys. Welcome to the stream if you're joining us. Anybody who would like to come in and join us for our final innovation talk, please take your seats now. It's my best voiceover voice. Please come in and take your seats. Welcome, thank you for joining us. My name is Timo Peach, and I am a music artist and a social impact storyteller. What? So I'm the bloke from Momo Tempo. I'm a music producer. I'm the voice of idiosyncratic research cast Unsee the Future. I'm the co-presenter of the Global Goals Music Roadshow with UN Young Leader AY Young. And the point is that I have a big interest in how we tell the stories of the future and how we picture them. We are hearing many more stories of change and of difficulties. We're all very aware in the background that we are in a time of crisis. And frankly, we're trying to think about it as little as possible in reality because we are all knackered. We're still, as Ed said to me this morning, it's like we're still living in last year in many ways. We're still tired. We're not quite bringing all the innovation to the boil. What do we commit to in our personal lives? And meanwhile, the weather looks increasingly crazy. The politics is uncertain. So many things are in change. But this is a place that I think has an interesting lesson for us today, and I've observed it all morning, not having to flam this. It's about bringing people together from different perspectives. And when you do that, something magical happens, potentially whole new ways of seeing things. Now, it's my belief as a storyteller and an artist that there's nothing the human planet needs more right now than new ways of seeing. So I'm fascinated by the space where art meets business. Today in our talk, sustainability, the biggest innovation opportunity in 100 years, question mark. We're bringing together 4 people from different angles on innovation, business and sustainability. From the worlds of biological research, clean power tech, networking, green tech solutions, and from a very data-driven point of view. Lots of different perspectives. In a while, you can bring questions to our panel, and the best bit will be us all having a chat. Jump on the Slido to add your question as you think of it through the thing. It's okay to use your phone and to tweet as we go, as you're listening. You can multitask. Now, is it the biggest opportunity in 100 years? I guess my perspective as we start and I introduce our first speaker is that there are always 2 ways of seeing things. Do we see the end of the old or the opportunity of the new? Because never has the world system been so open to reinterpretation. If you're an innovator, if you're a creative, if you're looking for better ways of doing things on Earth, now is a freaking exciting time, I would suggest. And I hope we can find more reasons why that's true this afternoon. I would like to invite onto the stage first to join me. Would you please give a huge Innovation Talks welcome to Petra. Petra, come and join me just for a moment. Petra is our keynote speaker this afternoon. You're doing a big introduction. Who are you? Where are you from? Shall I just give you the stage?
Yes.
I will. Petra!
Right, let's get the mic working. Excellent. So, that's me. I work at DSTL, who you've heard about a few times in the course of today. And what I'm going to talk to you about is building back better with biology, okay? Now, I know I'm talking to a lot of tech people, a lot of engineers and so forth. Please don't be scared. This is going to be very accessible. And I hope it'll be very exciting for you because of the opportunity that it represents. So, you know about the previous industrial revolutions. We have had industrial revolutions built on the back of steam power, on the back of electricity, on the back of petrochemicals, okay? And now we are entering a whole new industrial revolution. And this latest industrial revolution has been given the name Industry 4.0. One of the great enablers on that you're going to hear about in a moment is data, the ability to make sense out of a huge amount of information. One of the other enabling technologies, the one I'm going to talk about, is biology. And by the end of this talk, I hope you will see that the only way we are going to meet our net zero carbon targets is by using biological processes as part of manufacturing. So why should you from industry be interested? Well, the bioeconomy is set to double by 2030, but disproportionately within that, there is going to be a tenfold increase in an area of biology we're calling synthetic biology. So there's a huge growth area in there. So what is synthetic biology? So synthetic biology, the definition is that you're basically aiming to design and engineer in a really logical, deliberate way using biological-based parts, devices, and systems in order to do something useful, okay? And then there's another field called engineering biology, which is taking that low TRL, very innovative science, and moving it through to products on shelves or capability in the hands of your warfighter, okay, depending on who you work for. And there's going to be huge amounts of innovation needed in that part as well. So it's not just about innovation in the labs, it's going to be innovation in the factory and manufacturing sector and in marketing and everywhere, okay? This is our toolkit, okay? We can use everything from biology. We can use bits of cells like genes and proteins through single-celled organisms like yeast and bacteria that we can use as little factories, all the way through to whole multicellular organisms like banana plants or insects. All of this is our toolkit. This is what we're using. Well, what are we enabled by? We are enabled by data. I touched on that at the beginning. So you may be aware that there are people who are going out into the world and sampling every niche that they can find. They want to see what bacteria are where, what genome sequences are where. So they're sticking swabs up your nose and sequencing the bugs that grow up there and seeing how that's different to the ones that grow in your armpit or between your toes. They're sequencing the top of mountains. They're sequencing the bottom of deep-sea vents. They are sequencing everything. And all of this information, all of this gene data is going into big databases. So we all have these databases available to us, and it's a question of what am I going to do with it, all right? So let's say I'm going to build, out of Lego, which is the equivalent of my gene collection, a car, all right? So I have to choose my Lego blocks, which is really my genes that I'm going to put together, and I have to put them together in a way that I think will make a car. And lo and behold, I've designed it, I've built it, I've tested it, I have made a car. I'm ace, okay? Now let's say that Timo thinks, well, that looked okay, I could do that. He said, but I want to make a house, okay? I can do Lego, I'm going to make a house. He's got the same toy box full of Lego. He will choose different genes and assemble them in a completely different way to make his product, which is different to my product, all right? So he gets all of his genes together, or his Lego blocks, he assembles them in what he thinks will make a house, and he realizes that he has to refine his design because he forgot to put a door and windows in, okay? So he goes back round that iterative process. This is synthetic biology, and that iteration can be thousands of experiments run in parallel, run by automated systems, robots that can work in picoliter volume droplets, okay? This is the new science. So we talk a bit about technology readiness levels. What we mean by that is down at this low end, that's where the research phase is going on. We've got people looking at using biological approaches to electronics, for example, or functional materials that can self-heal, for example. All the way through to high TRL. And by high TRL, what we mean by that is things that you can go out and buy. And you can see there, flavors, fragrances, all that sort of thing. They're already on the market. And you're probably looking at me thinking, nah, I haven't bought my synthetic biology flavor or fragrance. Well, that's because they're not badged like that, all right? So you've got, for example, Nucatone is made from grapefruits. It's a flavoring. You've probably seen all those Haribos that are coming out, grapefruit flavored sweets, for example. The reason we're getting all this grapefruit flavored stuff is because now they can make grapefruit flavor really cheap by putting the genes for it in a bacterium or a yeast and producing it. One of the other things they're using that for, so it's all about stuff needing a use, is that thing over the far side, which is the first effective DEET-free insect repellent. Okay, that's Nucatone. There's also a lot of high-end cosmetics are using synthetic biology approaches, so they're delivering these biologically active proteins through the skin, which is designed to keep stuff out, and then making me look as beautiful as I am today. You wouldn't believe I was 85, but those, you know, that Clarins is great stuff. And that tyre, you want to go out and buy a tyre, you only buy a tyre. You don't say, I want a biologically enabled tyre. No, you want a tyre that works, right? So DuPont has got an additive that they made in a yeast that they add to their rubber that makes the tyre work better. So you have got a synthetic biology-enabled tyre, you just don't know it. So they're not marketing these as biologically enabled products, they're just products, okay? So this is rather hard for you to read. I didn't realize the slide was going to be quite so small, but basically, we can feed in these biologically enabled approaches to lots of government strategic agendas, whether it is about well-being, whether it's about sustainability, whether it's about net carbon reduction. There's an awful lot of ways that these products are feeding in. And there are a lot of sectors where it is feeding in as well. So agri-tech, for example, there's a lot going on there. There was just a big consultation about the use of genome-engineered crops that went through and was announced in the press. And I was thinking, I'm going to give you an example, but I don't want to give you yet another defence example because I think you guys have had enough defence talk today. So I thought I'm going to go with materials, something a bit different. You don't think about materials being made by biology. Well, trees are, I know, but you know what I mean. So, and I thought, what's a non-defence application that I can give you that you can all relate to? And I'm going to go with fashion, okay? So you're thinking, how on earth is synthetic biology contributing to fashion? And I'm going to just run through some of the examples that are already out there. This is not stuff that's in a laboratory. This is stuff that's on a shelf, okay? So there's a company called Spiber, and they have made a lot of adjustments to the basic silkworm silk protein, such that now it has incredible additional benefits in performance, okay? It can keep off the wet, for example, and it's really robust. And they're marketing it with North Face as the Moon Parker. So the latest in high-tech mountain climbing gear for the next time you go up Kilimanjaro is enabled by biology. Another one, this is evocative, and these people are making these materials, mainly they're making them for packaging, okay? These are cheap materials, and they can use them for packaging as a result. And it's made out of mycelium, which is like the root system of fungi, okay? So they're taking these fungal networks, and they're creating materials out of them. One of the things that they're making out of them is vegan leather, okay? So when you buy vegan leather, actually it's fungal protein that you're using. And you can see there a trainer, for example. These things are being produced as actual wearable. Checker Spot's an interesting one. This is a company over in California, and they're using algae to make oils. And you're thinking, okay, how does that feed into fashion? Well, unfortunately, a lot of people are using very nasty chemicals, in this case they're called perfluorinated coatings, to make waterproof surfaces. So on, you know, a jacket, like I wore this morning because it was raining, okay? They have to treat a fibre to make it water repellent like that. And that's a really environmentally unfriendly method. Those perfluorinated compounds are not nice. And so they can produce this much more ecologically friendly compound by using a microbial system, the algae, to make this compound rather than doing it through chemistry. So it's a lot more ecologically sensitive. And dyeing. So dyeing is a terrible process for the planet. It uses tons of water. It's quite highly polluting, unfortunately. It takes a lot of power as well. And we've got various companies that are looking for different ways of making, and you can see that the palette that they can achieve in the middle there is really quite broad, and they can produce these colours in bacteria and yeasts and so forth, okay? They can also use the microbes to actually add the dye to the textile, so you've not got necessarily the same dyeing technology. However, I would say that where they come up with a new way of doing dyeing, like colorifics, which is a brilliant technology platform, but it's not compatible with the existing infrastructure. And this is something that we have to be aware of, that if we're going to get these early lead approaches through and they're going to be disruptive, then we have to make sure we can fit in with the infrastructure. And this one, another compound that you see every day, nylon. You know, they make nylon from plants in this case, and again, reduced environmental impact. So they are making nylon, which you associate with petrochemicals, in a carbon neutral way. Okay? They can take carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere, put it into a foodstuff via a plant, take the plant, process it, feed that plant foodstuff to a bacterial system, for example. So you end up with this carbon within the system. Okay, and we call that the circular economy, where you can then degrade it and feed the carbon back round the system. So this is feeding into mainstream nylon, and that's being used in clothing, but it's also being used in things like car interiors, carpets, food packaging, a lot of uses. So if we can take the petrochemical-derived nylon and other products out of the system and replace them with these biologically enabled ones, it's going to have a massive impact for the planet in the long run. So we've talked there about how biology is allowing us to do things that we do in a different way at the moment. We can do things in a much more environmentally sensitive way. We can do a lot more circular economy stuff, recycling, processing through things, and we can achieve net zero, but only by using a biological approach. We will not achieve net zero without using biology as one of our key tools. There's going to be high disruption in a lot of markets. I've given you fashion. I could have given you an example from pretty much anywhere, okay? Because this is the disruptive event, and if your business isn't engaging with this, your business model is likely to be quite disrupted, okay? So the zero and carbon agenda is adding many new incentives. Is it a carrot or a stick? But we offer you the tool by which you're going to achieve your end. And we're going to help you achieve a more sustainable future going forward as well. So that's Industry 4.0, and as our glorious leader says, it's not only easy to be green, it's lucrative. There's a lot of money to be made out of biology and using biology to make stuff. And we have the tools for this green industrial revolution, but time is desperately short, so we need industry to get out there and engage with the researchers to say, this is what I want you to be able to do for me. And the researchers, those guys in academia, they love a challenge. So that's what I would say. Go and have some conversations, although the Queen does say, I hate it when they talk, but don't do. Okay, thank you very much.
Petra Oyston. Petra Oyston, thank you very much indeed. As our first speaker, now I'd like to hand the microphone over to Paul. Please welcome Paul to the stage. Please welcome Paul to the stage. Thank you. May you have the lectern.
Thank you, Petra. Thank you, Timo, and thank you, Venturefest, for having me here today, this afternoon, to talk to you. So, there we go. Right, so I am Paul Cole, co-founder of PowerQuad. And who are PowerQuad? So we are a solution-driven company who are using our engineering expertise to provide product solutions to help businesses decarbonise. We're heavily focused on product sustainability, data, integration going forward. PowerQuad users make the most of their energy, maximise their cost and carbon savings, and make it autonomous too. It is our vision to decarbonise the working world and our built environment. What are the business challenges in net zero? So all businesses must decarbonise. No one can complain about that. But in the UK, we have a unique problem. Most of our businesses are SMEs with less than 50 companies, and this creates a unique problem in how we solve that problem. Most businesses don't own the buildings that they're in. Most are in shared workspace, and they do so as they grow, and they can move on very, very quickly. So sustainability and innovation in that has to have a different mode of thought. Let's quickly consider installing solar in the building that you might be in as a business. Who are the stakeholders? Who owns the building? Is it the landlord? Is it the management company? What about the other companies that are in the building with you? SMEs just don't have the time for that at the moment. But this is no longer the case. But by recognising this as an organisation ourselves, we took the innovation that we were doing in-house to develop the technologies that allow businesses to solve this for themselves. We've continued with this engineering, and we're now scaling it to the point where businesses have options, including 2 key tools in software and hardware that we provide. So our first offering is in software as a service. And I know Chris later on will be talking quite a lot more about data. But we take energy data that a business has, including their generation and demand, to analyse what their carbon footprint is and what their investment plans need to be in order to meet their targets and goals. Furthermore, we can then change how they're going to be working as a business. What would EV chargers mean for them? What will heat pumps mean for them as they go forward? And certainly as new technology comes to market, how does that benefit them going forward? We also develop bespoke software tools depending upon the organisations. Our second key innovation is in battery storage. So we found that businesses, as I say, don't own the buildings they're in, and so we want to be able to provide an easy-to-use solution that allows them to access all of the renewable technology that's coming through to the mix, be it both in carbon and cost. What makes our innovation more unique than the others on the market? You can distribute it throughout a building, so you don't have to worry about where you're going to be in a year's time or 2 years' time. So it matches your business's development plan going forward. It's easy to retrofit in all buildings. You don't need to think about the fabric of the building quite so much. This creates a lower capital expenditure, but most crucially, it gives the businesses the data that they need to make the decisions they want to do and total control of their futures. What does this mean for innovation? So innovation really goes beyond the engineering. It taps into all areas of our working lives. It's a thought process more than anything else. And like I say, it doesn't just have to be in technology. Businesses with sustainability are driving this new technology, but it's allowing them to innovate new business models, new ways of generating revenue, new revenue streams, new markets, as they develop and show that they are being sustainable and cutting their carbon footprint. Net zero does bring these benefits beyond the climate emergency. Like as the good quote from Boris Johnson just there, it can be highly lucrative if the business gets it right. So the time is now to make that difference. So thank you for listening to my short presentation, and I shall pass over back to Timo. Thank you very much.
Paul Cole, ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Paul. If you pass the baton on to Chris. Please welcome Chris to the stage now for your introduction to your perspective. Thanks, Chris.
Thank you, Timo. Thank you, Paul. So, how data can change the debate. Just to start off, I'm a digital engineer and a social scientist. Bit of a hybrid. So we're all doomed. And the bit that I want to point out is where we've got the no entry signs. This is from a report by UK Fires, a collaboration funded by EPSRC by some great universities, Oxford, Cambridge, Nottingham, Bath, and Imperial. What does it mean? Well, it's done on purpose to be short, to be really small, because it's about impact, and it's about saying we need to change how we're going to approach our life to enjoy the life we have. That change is coming. Change is an opportunity. That opportunity is innovation, and data will deliver some of that innovation. If you want to read this in more detail, uk.fires.org, or get the slides afterwards and you can get into more detail. But just to say this, change is happening. But before we start on this innovation and data sustainability, we need to understand what it is we're measuring. And one of the things that we should look at is the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Why? Because they've already been identified as being something that we can measure, and we understand what good is within there. But also look at the strata. We've got the biosphere, the world around us. There's certain limits to what we can do there. We've got our society, how we move, and the things that we're generating that deliver our economic value. These numbers are each down to our own personal communities. Every community will have a different set of numbers. We're not all the same, but at least we can start comparing and contrasting if we're using the same baselines. So when you hear about COP26 in the next couple of weeks, they'll be talking about how they are performing on their Sustainable Development Goals. These are them. And certain communities are starting to really embrace that measurement. So first of all, we need to measure stuff. We've got the answer. That's how we measure it. Then we need to understand the economic value of data. And it's about the ongoing forever value, but at the same time stopping engineers like myself hoarding everything. My wife is chomping at the bit. Why do you keep that dodgy bit of wood? Well, because I might need it. Data engineers are the same. We keep data because we don't know what we want to do with it. We keep it because it might be needed. Actually, we can't keep data forever. We can only keep what's there that has value. So we came up with a model It's embedded in the data management canvas around having an event horizon, which is saying that at a point in time, data no longer has value, you can get rid of it. But you might want to keep a little residue of that data just to prove that it has had some worth, but not all the working out, just the answer, because the answer added to other answers creates a prediction. Prediction has value. So when someone says, okay, I've got to measure stuff, you've got to also ask them, when am I going to get rid of the data? Otherwise, you end up with bloatware, you end up with risk, and you end up with more data than you can handle. So think about your event horizon when you're doing innovation on the things you're going to measure to change the world. And then we need to understand where we are in the maturity. So this is a paper that we wrote for the IET with some other clever people, and let's understand where we are. We're probably at 0 or 1 in the grand scheme of things in most of the way we work. And this is around digital twins, another hype exercise, but the idea is you use data to change your perception, influence your decision-making, reduce risk, improve efficiency, gain productivity, help the circular economy. And the things that we need to get to is on that level 5 at the bottom. We are nowhere near that. So this gap between reality and where we need to get to, that's innovation, lots of opportunity. But please remember, get rid of stuff that you don't need, measure what you need, deliver the change you need. And I've just started reading this book. Kate Raworth, recommend it. Awesome read for an economist. And the focus is that green bits, donut economics. We only have a fixed amount of ecological capital that we can use. But we also have a series of social foundations about how the world needs to work. What are those things? The bit in the middle, the safe and just space for humanity, that's where we need to fit in. So no matter what we want to do with our innovation, no matter what changes we want to do, we always need to bear in mind as to there's only a certain bandwidth that we can do it in. And this model is going to help deliver that, and it's also enshrined in things like the circular economy as well, so you can ensure that your inputs and your outputs are starting to balance out, so you're managing within that ecological ceiling. It's really important. And there's some links if you want to go and have some fun. But what I'm saying is, we can measure it, we can deliver change, we can use data to deliver change, but know your limits. Over to Matthew, and thank you.
Chris Cooper. And our last speaker setting out his stall, thanks Chris, is Matt from Green Tech South. Matt, please, welcome to the stage.
Thanks, Timo. Thanks, Chris. So yes, I'm Matt Pullinger, Industry Liaison Officer from Green Tech South. For those of you that are not aware of who Green Tech South are, we are a technology and innovation cluster which was formed by the Future South Partnership back in 2015. We are housed within the University of Portsmouth, so we've got very, very close links with the academics. But we were also established to support a network of like-minded businesses, primarily to reduce greenhouse gases through innovation. So we were recognised as the UK's first energy and environmental cluster by ESCA, and we're also a founding member of Clean Growth UK, which is a university-led business support network across England, and it incorporates the University of Brighton as well as Liverpool John Moores. So to date, Green Tech South has secured £15 million worth of funding to support the transition to a low-carbon economy, along with £55 million worth of inward investment, and we've also safeguarded over 300 jobs. So a few points in my presentation I'm going to touch back primarily to Paul's and Chris's presentations. And I've whacked these couple of quotes in, firstly to really highlight the impact that SMEs have on the economy and can have on the environment through innovation. Now, one thing I've found in my job over the past couple of years since joining Green Tech South is that access to finance for smaller, especially the micro firms, can prove to be incredibly difficult. And especially when they're up against the larger corporations that can benefit from having that larger portfolio of assets on their books, whereas the micro companies are reliant more on support from other organisations such as Green Tech South and Clean Growth UK. So I know we've already had talks today on funding, and there's other companies along today that will go into funding opportunities in a lot more detail, but I just wanted to highlight 3 local support schemes, 2 of which Green Tech South are directly involved in. So the first thing I want to just highlight is the fact that it's not just financial opportunities that is available through these schemes, it's also that link to the knowledge bases that I mentioned just now. So low carbon Solent in particular helps to facilitate postgraduate student projects for SMEs that are looking to innovate into low carbon technologies. And what we do there is we partner up those SMEs with the academics within the schools, within the university. And again, it's not just University of Portsmouth, we're also linked in with the University of Winchester and the surrounding universities, like I mentioned, within Clean Growth UK. So like I said, it's not just financial support that's out there, it's also non-financial support, and it's bridging that knowledge gap that SMEs may have with the academics, as Petra mentioned earlier, that are eager to get involved with supporting businesses. And obviously there is the financial opportunities on there, and I've just added Confer and Clean Growth UK there onto the slide because they prove to be incredibly good search functions for SMEs that are looking for particular funding. So ERDF is obviously who supports us, and that's who funds us, and I get a lot of questions about whether or not ERDF is worth it. Now I'm sure there's many companies out there that might have a scary story or a story to tell about why ERDF is just not worth the time involved, and I'm not here today to sell ERDF funding. I'm just here to say whether or not bring it back to the topic of sustainability, innovation and the opportunities born within. These are just some figures which has kind of gone a bit skew-if, but a few figures here just to highlight what's come out of the 2 projects that Green Tech South are currently involved in, just to kind of drive home what those opportunities are. So we've got between the 2 projects, we've got 45 projects have been funded. What I'm missing there is the projects that have been supported but not funded, and that will take that figure well over 100. Like I said, it's not just financial support that we offer. So of those projects, we've supported 15 brand new businesses, all born out of sustainability and the innovation involved. Over £800,000 worth of grants have been awarded to these 42 projects. And as you can see, over nearly 40 new to the market products have been launched. 20 jobs created, and then the one figure that's missing from that is over 10,000 tonnes of CO2 has been saved through these projects alone. So again, bringing it back to the title of this panel, opportunities through sustainability innovation, and again bringing it back to Chris's with sustainability development goals, I think it's important to kind of highlight SMEs that have been born out of that opportunity. Now again, I've got 4 companies coming up that I just wanted to share their stories and how they support those SDGs, and it's worth noting that all 4 of these are less than 18 months old. So first up is Absolar, a great local company that are a spin out of Southampton University, and they work primarily again in data collection. We supported them whilst they were collecting all of that data and turning it into what we can see on the screen before us. And primarily what they aim to do, what they are doing, is working with local authorities to map out in those local authorities which buildings can support solar technology to bring down the local CO2. And as we can see from the slide, they're supporting 5 of those 17 SDGs. Next up is Airhead, another great little company that we're supporting. And again, Airhead is the brainchild of 3 young entrepreneurs from London who are all very, very active and just got fed up of not being able to be active in London because of the rising pollution levels. Now, what their dream was to encourage a more sustainable mode of transport around heavily polluted cities. And in partnership with Brunel University, they've developed a innovative anti-pollution mask, that's helping to get local school kids and active members of the society back out and out of their cars. Now, I've just whacked that stat on there from Kickstarter, again, to bring it back to the opportunities within sustainability. And you can see that they were funded within their first 4 hours of their Kickstarter campaign and ended up driving up over £400,000 worth of pre-order sales, which for a company that was less than 6 months old at the time, I think is pretty impressive. My final two are Fussy and Scrubs Up, and again, both less than 18 months old. And again, born out of that opportunity created by sustainability, by developing these innovative solutions that's creating less plastic and more circular economy designs. And again, between these two, we can see that they're supporting 4 of the SDGs, including life below the water. I just wanted to finish on a little extra story about Fussy. I don't know how many people out there like this morning, but they were recently on This Morning with Holly and their gadget section, where they achieved critical acclaim on national TV. So yeah, to get in touch, we've got a stand downstairs, so if there's anything I've said that's struck a chord or you wanted to talk about it anymore, then please do come down and have a chat. And that's all for me. Thank you very much.
Matt Pullinger, thank you. Matt, grab a seat at the end there. Guys, come up and join me. Petra, Chris and Paul, grab a seat. There, you sit down. Cool. Now, you guys watching, keep your eye on the Slido link and stick any questions in if you haven't yet and you've thought of some during that. Chaps, that was a really interesting juxtaposition of perspectives on stuff here. There's a word, I think, that hangs around sustainability that's depressing, and it's limitations. You talked about Kate Rayworth's donut economy. We have to live within our limitations, reduce things. Bloatware, what a great word. Isn't that the problem with so many of our institutions? And the implication there is growth. Growth's a problem, isn't it, when you're reaching the limits? How do we turn a disadvantage of limitations into an advantage? Who's got a thought on that? Chris, I think you might go first. How do we turn the disadvantage of limitations, facing limitations, into the advantage of innovation?
So firstly, why are we besotted by an forever growth economy? What is it? What right do we have that says I've got to have more than I did last year? We have got resource limitations. One of my favourite professors is a lady called Julia Steinberger. She's now in Zurich, but she used to be at Leeds University. And she talks about, and if you follow her on Twitter, she is shouting from the rooftops, this is a smart, educated, informed leader that is saying we need to get a grip on our consumption of the world's resources. So fundamentally, this is happening, this is real, and we've got to rethink, our consumption model. We need to have sustainability embedded in how our thought processes assess a company's value, our footprint on the planet, and that needs to be just as important in setting shareholder value as your cash flow, as your revenue, as your profitability. You also need another score called sustainability. Sustainability doesn't have to be about ongoing growth. It needs to be about inputs and outputs equaling, and ideally, and this is something that I was lucky enough to meet Prince Charles at a Prince's Trust event many years ago, and he stood up and said, I've got one mission in life, which is I want to leave the planet in a better state than I inherited it for my grandchildren. Now, if we all had that ethos, then surely we're in a better place. It might not answer the question.
No, it does. I think it does.
But
Petra, go on, yeah.
Petra's going to give us an awesome spin.
I'll do half an hour now. I think that the mindset we need to change is not to see challenges, but to see opportunities. Yeah. Every one of these things is an opportunity for us to do things differently, more efficiently, better. And for industry, I know that means profit margins and things like that, or it can mean for humanity generally. For defence, it means having an enhanced capability and protecting our troops. Let's just try and think of different ways instead of just incrementally tweaking what we have always done. Is my take.
Now that's interesting because you spoke about the syntech sector, or certainly the biology sector, is going to double to 440 billion in the next few years.
Yeah, it's the bioeconomy.
So that's going to be, you know, industrial 4.0 as we get from digital to biological. But to be devil's advocate, and I will, you know, working for the Defence Science Technology Lab, there are those that would say, well, isn't this the same thinking that got us into this mess? This constant, I'm going to be theatrical and say God complex of tinkering and tinkering and tinkering. How is that going to get us out of the problem by using more of the same thinking? Somebody might say that to you, I suggest.
Okay, so...
What would you say to that?
I would say that these emerging technologies come with a load of positives and potential negatives, okay? So the internet, in theory, a great thing. You know, I can look at the bus timetable, or I can, you know, do my shopping, or I could bully someone online. You know, all these things are what we call dual use. They can be used for good, they can be used for ill.
Yes.
One of the things that the funding community, of which I count myself one of our responsibilities is to make sure that we get the researchers to debate the social, ethical, and legal implications and environmental implications of the work they're funding before any work is done. And within the synthetic biology community, because there is obviously a lot of concern following the GMO and Frankenbergers and all of that sort of stuff, there has been a massive engagement with that. You know, the UK... So the BBSLC, one of the research councils, insisted for its first round of synthetic biology funding in the Synthetic Biology for Growth programme that a social scientist was on every single project to make sure that those sorts of considerations were taken. We, in turn, in defence, we have to be so careful. Reputational damage, you know, potential. We review every one of the proposals that comes to us with that hat on as well.
I mean, reputation is a big part of resilience. There's a whole national story there. That's an entirely different story. But the point there, or an implication, is science and research, just like data, always happens in an emotional and cultural context and has emotional cultural impact. I'm thinking there's a word that's come out of, implied from all of you, community. And I'm looking at you, Matt, about Green Tech South. You've got a mic down there. Is that how, you know, interesting that when we talk about growth and scale and big and success looks big, doesn't it? And yet 99% of the businesses in this country are SMEs, small and medium-sized enterprises. Is community the way out of this, helping people unlock gaps between them to work together? Is that something?
Something that I very much believe in, yes. I mean, as Green Tech South, we're based in the south, and like I mentioned earlier, we collaborate across all universities along the south coast, but that also reaches up to Liverpool when needed, when the answer can't be found within our region down below on the south coast. But the community that we're based in around Hampshire, I mean, no matter where you go, it's the same voices, it's the same messages being put out.
Right.
And going back to limitations that you mentioned earlier, when I hear limitations, I hear the word challenges, and to overcome a challenge is collaboration. And I think the collaboration opportunities within the local communities to reach out and find out where people can work together, that is born in the local community. So yeah, I agree.
Well, you're touching on a fundamental design principle there as well. Who's invited round the table before you even open the layout pad and make first mark? So how do you get different voices heard and engender trust that they'll come and speak to you and then get into a relationship? How could Green Tech, or how do you think we can get different perspectives into the design process?
We're pretty open. I mean, we're very much an open door policy. I mean, I think that's one of the good things about being within the university, but being separate from the university as well. We're housed within the university, but we come under the umbrella of Green Tech South. And like I mentioned in my presentation, we help facilitate the networking between the two. So we will talk to any SME from any sector, regardless of their low carbon aspirations, whether it's to decarbonise their business or to create their low carbon innovations. By having that open chat at the beginning, we can find out exactly what it is they're after, and then those are the doors that we can open to get that collaboration and to get that knowledge back.
People can find some empowerment by finding kindred spirits. I'm thinking, Paul, that your talk had an implication as well, and it's related to community, it's related to getting different perspectives, different voices, it's ownership. That a very practical thing PowerQuad's addressing is the fact that most businesses don't own their premises. So where's the opportunity or the sense of ownership, both emotionally and literally, to upgrade the fabric of the building and do something incredibly crucial to net carbon zero, which is insulation and clean energy? How do you engender that sense of ownership with people? How does PowerQuad get into that?
That's a big question.
It is a big, I realise,
question. To answer that, it comes down to what that person's, you mentioned it earlier, the emotion of wanting to do something.
Yeah.
What's that emotional difficulty that they want to overcome? And you touched, one of the first questions was on problems and the disadvantages. It comes with change, and there's always something new. So when a building needs to do something, or someone has something that needs to be done, it might not be the person who's got the problem knows they've got that problem. So it could be that the person who runs that building doesn't know that that's an issue for them, because at the end of the day, as square as it might sound, they've got their money coming in, their business is running, and they're
Landlords
fine.
are quite absent by and large. Yes.
That's right, yeah. So it then comes down to the communities of the people who are in that building or outside of that start to influence it. So clear example, if you're a business that wants to be in a clean and green and happy environment that's doing its best, you're going to want to have an office block, an office space is in a building that's doing that. You're not going to go to somewhere else. So the market and the people and people's interaction within doing something naturally causes that change in motion.
Yeah, and you had a lot to say about data there, which I know you feel data has a very close association with community.
Yeah, there's two themes here. One, storytelling. How do you get people to change their mind?
Yes.
Storytelling. We love stories. We think in pictures. Yes. Telling compelling stories that give people hope, give them vision, let the cogs go and let them be innovative. And anyone can be innovative. It's you don't have to have a particular qualification. You just have to have imagination. And then talk to other people to see if that imagination can turn into something realistic. And there's lots of help in this building of examples and organisations that will help you do that, a bit like Matthews and Green Tech South. And the other piece is around value. So I tell a story. There's a project we're involved in the east of England where there's a business that's a high energy user, but it's in a low value building because it's a little bit decrepit and it's got a leaky roof. They want to reduce their energy bill, but the landlord doesn't want to invest in a new roof because that means he's going to increase the rent, which means that he'll lose his tenant. None of the economic value exists. So what's the intervention? Well, actually, you create a joint venture on the roof. The roof owns the solar panel. The two organisations own the roof. They're now co-equity stakeholders in the power generation, so their roof is now a power station. The first user of the power station is the person sitting underneath the roof, which is the tenant. The tenant's happy because they get a lower energy bill and no net increase in rent. Why is the landlord happy? Because all of a sudden they've tripled the value of their building. Happy days. It's thinking differently about the economic value and using data to justify it and making sure everyone's happy. We can have win-win-win. You just need to think different.
Think different, and yeah, it does. It's a story way in. Often, you're right. Does it really start with just giving people permission to think differently, permission to ask the dumb questions, permission to talk to somebody else? Petra.
I think.
And forgiveness. Yeah, you said and ask forgiveness. That's interesting. We'll come back to that. Petra.
I actually think it's about listening to what is important to people. So the example when you were talking there about ownership, I was actually thinking about the whole story of fat-grown meat, which sounds revolting. You know, I'm a carnivore, and the idea of growing my meat in a vat doesn't appeal to me. And yet the idea of not having to kill animals to eat them appeals, you know what I mean? So, in fact, people who are vegan may actually be willing to eat vat-grown meat because their driver is about avoiding animal suffering. So it is about thinking about different solutions, but it's about understanding the drivers. It's about listening to what is making people make these choices that you then use to inform your business models. You know, that's how you identify the real problem and develop the business. Ownership,
listening, community. These are very interesting questions coming out of it. Let's look at some of the questions you've been asking. Timo and speakers, what emerging bit of innovation in sustainability would get the panelists most excited about progress? What first cuckoo of spring would get you excited? Because at the moment we're maybe in a dark place. Each of you, what would get you thinking, oh, we're making great progress? Is there something already, or is there something you're looking for? Matt?
Anything within the circular economy is what would jump out at me. So anything that's about going from a linear economy, make, use, throw away, to having the idea when it's being born, how can this then be reused at the end of its life?
Yeah.
And I heard a very, very good story back when I first started on this journey about white goods, for example, and going from ownership to leasing of white goods.
Mm.
So instead of going to Curry's and buying a fridge, we would lease that fridge, we would use it for 10 years, and then when that fridge was breaking down, it would then go back to the manufacturing company, they would strip it down and rebuild a new fridge, instead of just taking it to the tip and then going to another and buying another fridge. Very, very simplified model of circular economy, but innovations that stick to that and have that in mind when it's being born, that's what does excite me when I see these.
It's whole life cycle, isn't it? I was talking to the guys downstairs, one of the many interesting different things in the innovation zone. It's the flywheel energy storage guys. And they're naturally talking about whole use. How can they ESG account for the materials that build this unit, not just the fact that the unit is a green power thing or green storage thing itself, and then end of life. And doesn't that make a more interesting story that's more likely to get your audience and partners more emotionally engaged, don't you think? Whole storytelling. Chris, what would you find is the most, the thing that would get you kind of, oh, yes?
So the zeitgeist thing at the moment is something called digital twins. I'd like to take digital twins out of the marketing hype curve and actually turn it into something very practical, very real, something that we're interfacing and interacting with in our daily lives. And we can then say their own digital twin. So all a digital twin is a digital rendering of something that's out there. You might see, you could call Google Maps is a digital twin, for example. But the thing is that we need to make these things very real and then change the conversation we're having with our leaders, because quite frankly, our political and our cultural leaders are way out of kilter with where we need to be.
Yeah, I feel so.
And we need to then start a different dialogue that says, oh, look, the numbers in my place that my twin is talking about are not where I want my life to be. And that could be anything from your consumption model to things you're producing to the way you're living your life. And we need to have a different set of dialogue based on trusted data. Trusted information, and then we use conduits like a digital twin, like a great information portal, like an avatar, any other buzzword you want to say, to change the dialogue, and then we can start changing our outcomes in terms of living a better life.
But what the tech's doing there, a digital twin, is just, it's a new way of seeing. It's a way of reflecting back a truth you hadn't thought about before.
Yeah, and if you work in the aircraft industry, you've been living in a digital twin for ever since time immemorial. We've been living with these things forever. We just call them a different name because it allows the tech industry to sell another widget. Look, I'm cynical. I'm part of this industry. I helped create some of this crap. The thing is that we've got to bring it down to a human level and tell stories that have an impact, and then ask our leaders to put their voting shoes on and give us outcomes that we want to back.
Amen, I agree with that. Archie, I'll come to you next, Paul. What's the thing that would, building on that, what would make you get excited about, oh, we're making some progress on this?
Yeah, well, I'm an engineer, so I'm used to seeing new cool stuff all the time. Yeah. And getting excited does wear a little bit thin when you start to see new technology all the time.
Excitement is exhausting.
But I would say, I could sit here and say flying cars or something like that would be innovative, exciting, necessarily, but it isn't. I would say the key thing that would really get me excited that we're going to be going in the right direction is an innovative way of thinking in financing and legislation. Those two will really kickstart everything going forward, because if we looked at, I watched the BBC, the trick about COP15 and the data hack and everything else. What they're doing at COP15 and negotiating is no different what they're doing at COP26. They're still talking. Yes. So you need to come up with new ways of financing that either makes it penalties for people that don't do anything. You've got to make it financially rewarding for those that do, but also financial penalties for those that don't. And legislation, technology, here today, all this technology is wonderful. But to have legislation that allows that to enter the market quickly and to allow it to grow quickly will mean that we are going in a very, we're still going in the right direction, but in a right direction much more quickly.
But yeah, because finance and law are the engineering of a society, and what they do is reflect a society's values, right? Supposedly.
I love that when you do engineering society is a fantastic terminology, because people just think, oh, I'm buying that product. They don't realise the value of how many sleepless nights someone might have had trying to think of it and getting it into manufacture, getting the price points right. But it's there because someone's decided to sign a piece of paper on a purchase order that's put it on the shelf.
Yes.
But you're right. Engineering that responsibility from, and it goes back to community, parish council, local council, county council, South East, the LEPs, they've all got a part to play in that legislation going forward and how they can facilitate it. So I think, those two, finance and legislation.
That's great.
Yeah.
And Petra, you work at the intersection of not only science and nature, which couldn't be more pertinent for our times, but also government and security. Mm-hmm. What's the thing that gets you most kind of, if I saw that, we're on track?
So I have one of the best jobs in the world. Okay, so I get to see all these really amazing ideas that the academics come up with in response to being presented with a problem. I have got projects on the go at the moment which are creating completely new paradigms of battery technology. Wow. We are structuring body armor using viruses as templates. We are, we're making jet fuel out of seawater. Do you know what I mean? These are things that are happening now.
This is really exciting. I want to know more.
So the science bit, that research bit, is dead exciting. There's no doubt. The thing that will get me excited is if we can sort out the funding that gets us through the translation, through scale up. He's laughing at me because this is exactly the conversation we've been having. That gets us through scale up and prototyping to the point where industry comes in, picks it up, and makes the thing that goes out, okay? So that bridge, but in that sort of spin-out, startup phase, we need the public funding sorting out there. Then I get excited, because we can turn all that really amazing science and tech into product and capability.
Yeah, there's the reality of business. Now, is it too obvious to mention the COVID vaccines, is that an example of where you can suddenly fast-track that, if you really want to? What did you make of that? I really want to know. You give me an interesting look, but
I think when government sets its mind to do something, it gets the job done.
Yes.
But it costs money.
Right.
And you and I are going to pay an awful lot for that for a long time. It was an important thing, and they can't do that for everything.
Yes.
And I'm glad I don't have to make the sort of decisions that they have made over the last 2 years, to tell you the truth.
Very real answer. Chris, you flinched there. What were you going to say?
I really agree with Petra. It's about focus and the famous Kennedy quote, we're going to the moon, and the resources of NASA were focused on, and they gave engineers a collaborative space, time, cash, resources to make a difference. So we can do this. There is a can-do attitude, and if anything that COVID has shown is that you can spin on your heel and change how you live your life. You can react to things that you didn't know were going to happen, but as Petra said, it's time and effort. And again, it comes back to that point. You've only got a certain amount of time and things that you can deal with. You can't have your cake and eat it. You can only have maybe a slice.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I'm conscious you've got to bounce to another talk, haven't you? You're appearing like a showbiz.
Yeah, where's the next one?
I don't know. Has anybody in the audience sort of a question you'd like to ask directly of our panel? I'll come and get you with a microphone. Has anybody got the hand up? No, I don't think. Have you? Were you just scratching your nose?
Yes.
Would you? Yeah. Here you go.
It's not directly maybe related to what you talk, but this is what I'm thinking about when we are going to tackle environmental, for example, issue. Assume that we are in a group, in a school, that we have a project to solve. But some of the members don't do anything, and we cannot force them to do anything. So in an environmental issue, for example, if part of the world don't care, actually at the end of the day, we all suffer. So I think we should do something about this communication. We need to do something about this communication, but it's not going to work if we, in parts of the world, we do everything, an effort, and other parts don't do that. At the end, it's not going to happen.
Yeah, I agree with you. And it starts off with good storytelling. Tell stories that people believe in, build trust, change minds. It doesn't happen overnight. It happens slowly. The world that I was born in the 1970s is wholly different to the world that we're living in the 2020s. The way that what does good look like? We do not understand the change that's about to happen in the next 20 to 30 years as a result of resource depletion, as a result of wars around probably water scarcity, as a result of a competition for talent that our little bubble of brilliance that we have here in Hampshire is about to be really stressed. We are so lucky where we live. I cannot believe how blessed we are. It's awesome. Look at it. It's gorgeous. Planet cricket right on our doorstep. But how long can we maintain it? So it's about keeping what we've got, but also improving what we have, but not just, and becoming a beacon for others to follow, because there's always someone out there at the vanguard, and not doing it is not a good enough excuse. But we need to be able to do it, but do it in a way that's sustainable, resilient, that's positive, and learn. Because, and as Petra said, you've got to listen. As Matthew said, you've got to go and grasp it. And as Paul said, but think of the poor engineer that's had to have sleepless nights, and out of every failure there's some success, and we don't embrace failure enough, and we don't embrace success enough, and we need to tell more stories both of failure and success, and do some more listening and do some more innovating and risk taking, and we'll be becoming a better place.
I agree.
Soapbox over.
No, but it's always a good soapbox, mate. And there's implications to what you're saying there, that we are culturally in very different places, even within our societies. Because societies are rich, but also we're told about the polarization, right? So when you might say, I feel this, but the person next to me really doesn't, and in fact is defensive. And then when you think of the split between the global north and the global south, as it's simply delineated, 2/3 of us on Earth pay the price for the carbon that we all spend. It's all these imbalances. There's an implication to innovation, is how it like blazes a trail out there and looks very exciting, but how long before we catch up? Because with sustainability, time is the thing. Getting to sustainable outcomes and net zero too slow is the same as not getting there, somebody said recently. You, I think, Petra, spoke about a great principle of testing, of design, test, and then the circle that goes round. Actually, I think that's an art principle, but that's surely something that can teach us all, isn't it? Don't be afraid to get out and test and get things wrong publicly.
The engineers claim it. It's the engineer, design, build, test, refine circle.
Yeah. But does that take courage to do that? Do you think we're risk averse to being seen to fail?
I think that showing something doesn't work and understanding why it doesn't work isn't failure. We had a talk earlier about a drone that was trying to land on a ship going up and down. That wasn't failure. They learned a lot from that. So the funders don't view it as failure. The scientists might view it as failure because they haven't got nice data to then build on. But it's so I do think that failure is a bit of a loaded word there.
It's a loaded word, isn't it? It's kind of, I think failures are almost a bullshit word myself. It's a very art principle to learn out loud, to make your marks in public and to put your emotions on the line in front of people for the sake of making progress. Paul?
Yeah, so I've been, like I say, an engineer for far too long. Whenever I've designed a new product, if it's worked right first time, I do not sleep because you know there's a problem that's about to happen.
What's lurking? Yes.
The more problems you've had innovating and engineering a product, the better that product will be at the end.
Yes.
Because you can go, okay, it's not that problem, it's not that problem, I know I'd fix that, I know I'll fix that. And you can go to market knowing you've got a product that is sound. That's the key.
I like
difference.
that. It's the WD-40 principle, whether it's a misnomer or not, it took 40 goes to get wet and dry to work. I like that principle. There's a long way to go.
It's 3 words. It's the verification, and validation of your product and where you're going is going to be really
Okay,
the key two things you need to do.
That's cool.
I think one of the other things that we need to throw into the mix that we haven't talked about, and the role that it plays, is also regulation.
Right.
So some of our areas, you talked about COVID, those medical products, you know, it's taken us in defence 20 years to not yet have a fully licensed vaccine against bubonic plague because the regulatory process is so slow, and yet we had those COVID candidates fast-tracked through the system. So I think the thing for positioning the UK that is really important is getting a really responsive, effective regulatory system that delivers at pace, so as we can take our research out of the lab, you guys can innovate in moving it through to a product, and it's all done safely. So I think that's the part we've missed out of this conversation.
I totally agree. Look, guys, we're getting to the end of our time here. I'd just say, in summation, if there's one thing you want to point people at to find out more from you, what would it be? In fact, let's start with you, Petra. Would you like to point people at a particular website or an initiative from this talk?
If you're interested in engineering biology, there's lots out there on the web. Google away synthetic biology. If you're interested in DSTL, we have a table downstairs.
Okay, cool. Chris?
Check out the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, Circular Economy.
Yes.
Eat it, breathe it, live it, change your mind.
Wonderful. And they're based on the island, aren't they? The Isle of Wight.
Even better.
Yeah. Cool.
For myself, go to our company website, powerquad.co.uk, or contact me directly via LinkedIn. I'm on there most of the time, and you'll see quite a lot of information more on LinkedIn, to be honest.
Wonderful, thank you. And Matt?
Two things for me. Firstly, the Green Tech South website is a given, and also want to touch back on Chris's presentation earlier with Kate Rayworth. I did half my dissertation on Kate Rayworth's donut economic model last year, in fact, and the book and the other areas around it just blew my mind. So, yeah, I would encourage anybody to read that if they're up for a new read.
Thank you very much. We are lucky to be in South Central, as you say, and there's riches here of possibility to engage with crisis. We're very lucky to have so much innovation around us and to find opportunity in difficult times. There are people who are going to be relying on us doing that, I would suggest. So I'd like you to give a really big welcome, a big thank you to my guest, which is Matt Pullinger from Green Tech South, Paul Cole from PowerQuad, Chris Cooper from Know Now, and the lovely Petra Oyston from DSTL, and Timo Beach. I've been Timo. Guys, thank you for sharing. This will be available. Thanks for watching online. And downstairs, I think there's going to be drinkies and a little presentation of some kind. Thanks for being here. Ciao for now.
So that is the end of another Venturefest South Festival Innovation, and what a day it's been. There's still going on, conversations all over the place, and I just want to take a moment to thank all of you that have been watching it online or on demand for being part of this really special day that celebrated the South's innovation economy. Big thanks go out for the British Business Bank that sponsored the virtual feed, and also to South Point Films that made it possible with their technology and skills, and also all of our other sponsors who I will not name, but you know who you are. Venturefest is such an important time where people come together and make great ideas turn into brilliant businesses. So if you want to be part of it next time, have a look at the website. See you again.